Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening to all of our participants around the world who are joining us online. Welcome to the 2022 Korea National University of Cultural Heritage UNESCO Chair International Forum. I am Kyungmin Lo, Research Professor and General Manager of the International Heritage Education Center at the Korea National University of Cultural Heritage. I will be your moderator for today's forum. So before we start, I would like to inform you that this forum is being recorded and live streamed on our Knuch and Knuch IHEC YouTube channels. The whole forum will be held in English. Our Knuch YouTube channel will provide Korean interpretation, and the Knuch IHEC channel will be in English. Today's forum will be uploaded on YouTube until the end of December 2022. This forum will be held in an online-offline blended hybrid format. Scholars and faculty members from our university will be participating offline at this PNWAT studio, where I am moderating right now. Scholars of this year's UNESCO Chair Research Grant Project will be participating online using Zoom. In today's forum, we will be sharing the progress and outcomes of the 2022 Knuch UNESCO Chair Program. To briefly introduce our UNESCO Chair, in March 2017, Knuch joined the UNESCO Chair Program on the theme of capacity building for the preservation and restoration of the Asia-Pacific cultural heritage. Through the UNESCO Chair Program, our university has carried out activities such as education, research, exchange programs, workshops, seminars, and publication, and so on. And before we start, I would like to share our schedule for today's event. In the morning session, our UNESCO chairholder, Professor Young-jae Kim, will be sharing the operation status of this year's UNESCO Chair Program. And our faculty members who are participating in the research project on Asia-Pacific cultural heritage will be sharing their progress and research results. And in the afternoon, we have presentations from scholars who are participating in this year's research grant project. As many of you already know, in 2020, we launched the research grant project on the preservation and restoration of cultural heritage for domestic and foreign researchers under the framework of the UNESCO Chair. This year, we have 5 excellent scholars from the Asia-Pacific region and the Middle East region. In session 2, we will have 3 presentations and a discussion panel. And in session 3, we will have 2 presentations and a discussion panel at the end. So I would like to invite Professor Young-jae Kim to the stage for the opening speech. Professor Kim is the director of the International Heritage Center and our university's UNESCO chairholder. He is also professor of the Department of Heritage Conservation and Restoration and principal professor of the International Cultural Heritage Studies. So Professor Kim, the floor is yours.
I'm so sorry. I'm forgot this my mic holding. Sorry. Hello everyone. So I'm Young-jae Kim. So I'm director of the International Heritage Education Center at Korean National University of Cultural Heritage, which is called the Knuch. It's IHEC. I'm also the UNESCO chairholder. I'm very excited to announce the start of the 2022 the UNESCO chair and unit twin the network conference. The network, the UNESCO chairs the programs launched by the Knuch, under the name capacity building for the presentation and the restoration of the Asian Pacific cultural heritage was established in 2017. Actually, it's Professor Kyungmin Lo is mentioned the people. So our program was renewed last year. So in 2021, the 5 years have already passed. I'm very happy to hold a conference with a much more interesting topic than last year under the auspice of the Knuch Unesco with years, this year's. This year's conference also prepared two major activities in line with last year. The first activity has the main theme of the research and database establishment on Asian Pacific traditional material and technology. There is a presentation by two professors who is researching digital heritage. As the first things, research and database construction on Asian Pacific traditional material and technology, led by Professor Jong-Ung Lee, will be presented. The second person, will be presented by Professor Jung-Min Yu. He studied on the topic discovery to produce tangible and intangible virtual contents of the Joseon 통인사. The second activity will be discussed with the main theme of the support for the research of Asian Pacific, the traditional material and technology. Total of 5 people participated in the research support project related to the tangible and intangible heritage site under the conduct of the in-depth research. In the first place, the Professor Suhani Da at University of Sain, Malaysia. She will present his topic, the visitor journey mapping the new understanding of the youth cultural heritage experience. Second person is the Professor Camilla Subasinha at Curtin University, Perth, Western Australia. He presents his post-disaster, the rebuilding via the intangible heritage restoration, a micro-human effort basis approach. Third person, the Professor is Masutura at University of Sain, Malaysia. She will present his establishing a stakeholder, the collaboration model for the sustainability of the Penang Hill, the biosphere, the reserve, the PHBR, the abbreviation. Fourth person is Rasha Metawi and Egypt, the Helwan University. She will present as a process model for the assessment of the architectural heritage value. The fifth person, Shirin Mohammed is Amin at Egypt Helwan University. She will present his interpretation strategies of industrial heritage site in the Museum of Egypt. A total of the 7 studies will be introduced in this conference. Once again, so we will really appreciate their effort. Lastly, I really hope you enjoy listening to their presentation. Thank you.
So thank you, Professor Kim, for your warm and friendly opening speech. So before we start, I would like to invite Professor Kim back to the stage to share our university's UNESCO chair operation status of this year. Thank you. Thank you, Professor. Yes.
Let me start with my presentation. I would like to introduce you to the 2022 UNESCO Chair and Unitwin Network Conference. Sorry. So I'm missing the script. Sorry, I'm find on my script. Sorry. Yes, it's. Oh, okay. So, no, okay. Sorry. Okay, that's okay. So sorry, I'm so not unfamiliar so using this tool. So I'm very sorry. So on the table of the contents is as follow. The the actually the I'm first one is about the current status of the Unit UNESCO chair. The program titles of the UNESCO chair is a capstone building for the presentation and the restoration of the Asian Pacific cultural heritage. Department in charge of the UNESCO chair program, the International Heritage Education Center, the UNESCO chair at Korean National University of Cultural Heritage, the which are called Knuch, is UNESCO chair, was established in 2017 and renewed in 2021. All subjects of Knuch UNESCO chair are made through the process of the public offering and the reception. The selected research and the research project is through the screening process. The proceed is until May to December 2022. In between this period, there is a midterm, the review process. At today's conference, we will make the final report through the formal procedure of the UNESCO Chair International Academic Forum. In addition, International Academic Exchange Workshop for the UNESCO Chair is planned on December 12. Sorry, 22. And sorry, okay, sorry, thank you. So yeah, in addition, the International Academic Exchange Workshop for the UNESCO Chair is planned on December 12 is 22. So as I said at the offering ceremony, this year's conference also prepared two major activities in line with the last year. In the first activity, so with the main theme of the research and the database established on the Asian Pacific traditional materials and technology. The Professor Jong Lee and Professor Jung Min Yu, so of Korean National of Cultural Heritage, a professor, all of them. So two professors will have the presentation on the value, dissemination, and presentation, the method of digital heritage site. The second activity, oh sorry, 이게 뭐야? That's excellent. The PowerPoint is missing. So can you can you show those PowerPoint again? I'm so sorry. Let me start again. Sorry. 이게 뭐지? Sorry. Can you back? Oh, okay. Can you back the? Actually, I need to get the first page from this presentation. This is the last one, last page. I can found this. That is the last one, last page. I need to get back to the second was third page. Okay. The back. Okay, that one. Okay, thank. Sorry. The second activity will be discussed with the main theme of the support for the research of the Asian Pacific traditional material and technology. In the first runner, the Professor Suaida at University Saint Malaysia will present visitor journey mapping your understanding of the youth cultural heritage experience. Second one, I just tell you so what is the name of the presenter. I have already mentioned about this the opening ceremony. So second person, so Professor Camilla Subai Singha. The third person is Professor Mashu Tura. The fourth person, the Professor Rasha Metawi and fifth person is Professor Shurin, Mohammed Isa Amin. present an interesting topic. All of people is interesting topic in this conference. I would like to speak a brief introduce is introduction of the today's conference. Okay, the our 2022 Knuch Unesco Chair International Forum has the characteristic of its final performance is presentation of the UNESCO Chair program through survey, the research for the database, the construction and the research support the project. The result we expect from this conference are as follow, like this. First things, it is about the curriculum management of the Knuch for the purpose of sustainable the conservation of the cultural heritage site. The second one is the strength, future-oriented direction of the research in the cultural heritage field. The third one is a discussion on continuous cultural heritage research and the exchange with researchers within the cultural heritage fields of the worldwide university. Furthermore, so next week, so with the theme of the cultural heritage and sustainability, the 2022, the UNESCO Chair, the International Academic Exchange webinar will be held in Knuch, the Seoul, the Education Center, on December 12th, 2022, the Monday. The three speakers will be addressed at the webinar. That address is the presenter is as follow. As the first runner, the Professor Kim Young-jae, this is me, at Knuch. The second professor is the Professor Lassa Metawi at Helwan University, Egypt. Third person is Professor Kim Do-won at Ichimeka University, Japan. This webinar is conducted in conjunction with the graduate student of the Knuch International Cultural Heritage Studies. And the webinar will be held in the Knuch, the Seoul Education Center as well. Through this webinar, so we look forward to the discussion and academic exchange on cultural heritage and sustainability with experts in UNESCO chairs in various countries. Finally, so I'd like to tell you about this operation activities plans for the next year, so 2023. The first things is that for the 2023, the UNESCO Chair Program plans, so research, the support project will be conducted in same ways as this year. Each program includes a research and the education project is with 3 teams, and the research project with 4 teams for the Asian Pacific traditional materials and technology. Second thing is UNESCO Chair Lecture Series on cultural heritage will be open in 2023, the next year. The official course is Heritage Conservation Methodology. That lecture program will be opened for the Knuch International Cultural Heritage Study Department. We organized the curriculum with a lecture series of overseas professors who operated the UNESCO chair in the field of the cultural heritage site. For example, is National University of Singapore, Southeast University in China, the Ritsumeikan University in Japan, the Évora University in Portugal, Linnan University in Sweden, and so on. Third, we are planning to hold the international academic forum on cultural heritage between university that operate is UNESCO chair program. Thank you so much. I'm so sorry. So we are already with assistant. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Kim, for sharing this year's UNESCO Chair Program and our goal for the future projects. So we will now move on to the first session. In this session, our faculty members and researchers will be sharing the results of the research on Asia Pacific cultural heritage. First, we invite Professor Jong-wook Lee to the floor. Professor Jong-wook Lee is a professor of the Department of Cultural Heritage Industry and professor of the International Cultural Heritage Studies. He will be presenting the development of training programs to manage and utilize data for heritage managers. Please welcome Professor Lee to the floor.
Hi. I'm honored to present our research result in this heritage forum. I'm Jong-wook Lee. I'm assistant professor at Korea National University of Cultural Heritage. I will introduce our project result about developing heritage data management and utilization training programs for heritage managers. This is table of contents. First, I will introduce our lab and our lab projects, and I will introduce the research projects in UNESCO Chair program. I will introduce our research purpose and research background. And I will introduce case studies of cultural heritage data construction and utilization of cultural heritage information. And finally, I will show our research results about developing education programs and teaching materials. Yeah, I am graduated the KNUCH as a bachelor degree, and I graduated KAIST in Korea, and I majored the cultural technology as a master's degree and PhD degree. I'm affiliated in digital content strategy major, and I'm also managing heritage information laboratory. We conducted research about digital creation and building information modeling and digital archive. So we conducted the digital museum, metaverse, digital archive, and related planning and technology development products. Our first project is about digital creation. We defined traditional cultural word attributes and relationships, and we used them for analysis of artifacts data at the National Museum of Korea. With that technology, we visualized relationships between artifacts by analyzing artifacts data information. Finally, we have a plan to conduct AI-based semantic analysis, visualization of artifacts, curation in virtual reality, and metaverse exhibition. Second project is about historic building information modeling. We developed the technology about data management and tool of architectural cultural properties using parametric modeling technology. For these projects, we derived the parameters of traditional building components, including joints between the building components, and apply to the virtual modeling. Final project is about digital archive. We are making the Korean National University of Cultural Heritage Museum in virtual reality. We collect and make a digital restoration of documentation of school activities, research materials, and school museum collections. The people who graduated our school and researchers on traditional studies and general people can access and utilize digital materials with these digital museums. I will introduce our background of research. Digital preservation is a series of activities through continuous management of hardware and software. And next concept is digital archive. It is a series of activities which manage digital objects with value through selection of digital objects. Digital curation is a key concept of these projects. This is about data production, collection, and preservation, management, and reuse, and distribution. It aims to actively maintain data for reuse, not only for the present, but also for future generation. With the development of digital technology, new media forms, standards, device, and production methods appeared. However, only limited creation work is in progress due to disconnection of heritage data and limitation of functions and interfaces. For effective creation, a semantic relationship between the social cultural context of heritage and heritage information must be included. In addition, universal utilization should be ensured through feature and interface design that reflect the characteristic of heritage data. Nowadays, people need solution for difficulties of making physical space for heritage management. And people need to provision of intelligence information using metadata. People also need easy use of maintaining originals and improvement of user accessibility. However, there are lack of professional manpower for data management and utilization. So we conducted these projects for educate the professionals for data management and utilization. Digital heritage is an object that digitized heritage information and needs to preserve, manage, and utilize its value through digital curation. Through digital heritage curation, creators can ensure time efficiency and data accuracy when identifying relation between artifacts in cultural heritage-themed research and exhibition. Visitors can select the heritage information that suits their taste and receive accurate information on how to utilize the data. We propose the educational program of data management and utilize to strengthen the capabilities of cultural heritage managers. Finally, through digital curation, effective preservation, management, and utilization of digital heritage values are pursued. I will introduce digital curation projects that are about the making heritage database and data visualization. In Korea, Korea National Museum developed this relics management system in 1998 for computerization of museum artifacts management. It can be applied to all information services related to museums. The Korean standards for classification of relic consists of 133 detailed elements such as essential items, management items, movement items for relics, detailed items for each genre. It manages the basic information on relics and supports such form printing and web service. In 2015, they upgraded the system to a cloud version and changed the name as Cultural Heritage Standard Management System. Databases and servers that can be integrated and managed by each organization were established, and artifacts metadata modification was also reorganized. An integrated database of museum collections nationwide was promoted, and the Cultural Heritage Standard Management System was applied to museums nationwide. In December 2016, the e-museum service was completely reorganized based on the Cultural Heritage Standard Management System. It is able to search for collections by keywords such as collection agency, nationality, and era and material. And people can download this image and use for various purposes. As a result of the National Cultural Heritage Database construction projects carried out between 2015 and 2016, information won 290,000 collections of the 112 museums and 700,000 images are provided. Next example is about cultural heritage information portal. It can be accessed cultural heritage 3 data and downloaded through request. Contents provided by the Cultural Heritage Administration can be provided through the Cultural Heritage Story category, and when searching for lyrics, detailed information can be provided by providing explanation of cultural properties, voice information services, images, videos, drawings, and research materials. Next example is about Europeana service by European European United. It provides millions of sources from institutions across Europe. Data is collected and validated, and the quality of the data is enhanced by adding geographic locations, relevant people and places or themes. It has collections on a wide range of subjects, including archaeology, fashion, and migration, sports, and world war. I will introduce data visualization of heritage information. There are several types of data visualization. They are time data visualization and hierarchical data visualization and network data visualization and geospatial data visualization. I want to introduce example of a British Museum. The name of the contents is Museum of the World. The artifacts in the collection were largely classified and visualized by region and time. From the artifacts close to the present time, it gradually goes back to the past and divided the regions by continents such as Africa, America, Asia, and Europe and Oceania. By designating a representative color for the region, user can easily distinguish them, and each artifact is placed on the timeline as a dot with a representative color. When each dot is clicked, the time and photo of the artifacts appear in the form of a small pop-up, and the related artifacts are connected with the lines so that user can easily obtain additional information. For more information, click the Find Out More icon. The link page provides text and audio files explain the artifacts. Next example is divided into intangible heritage by UNESCO. Each concept is color-coded. The more connections, the larger the size. With a click, user can narrow down keywords and reach individual heritage size. Each cultural heritage is provided as a picture in a circle, and when the mouse cursor over the picture, the name of the cultural heritage appears in the form of a box. In addition to circles, there are hexagonal shaped points are distributed. When click on the individual cultural heritage, detailed information appears. It provides description along with photos and hyperlinks to UNESCO sites describing the heritage as well as related videos and photos. The size of keywords is determined based on the frequency. These characteristics are good to know the trends of the registered intangible heritage, but there is a limit in the small number of keywords can be excluded. At the bottom of the pop-up, 4 different icons are placed so that users can check the other visualization based on keywords such as sustainable development goals, domains, biomes, and threat conducted by the United Nations. Okay, from now on, I will introduce our UNESCO chair project results since 2020. We conducted 3 projects since 2020, and this is the first project. It is about development of educational programs on the application of digital technology in the field of cultural heritage preservation. This program is designed to strengthen the capacity of cultural heritage workers to utilize digital technology in their research and work. Users can create their own contents and propose educational interactive contents through this program, allowing users to approach the utilization of digital cultural heritage contents from various perspectives. Through virtual reality game engine operation training, we intend to strengthen the capacity of trainees to plan programs using digital cultural heritage contents in the future. This is a summary of the educational program. People can define and learn the scope of the virtual museum, and people can learn the pros and cons of a virtual museum, and people can conduct a case study of a virtual museum, and they can discuss about the role and future of the virtual museums. This is first day of the program. Yeah, this is second day program. It's about design and construction of a virtual museum. People can design concept design and story design and present planning of a concept and storytelling. And they finally collecting 3D cultural heritage materials. With the cultural heritage materials, they can making prototypes which includes space construction, arrangement of 3D model data, and interaction design. On final day, they can share their prototypes. They can receive feedbacks from teachers and other students, and they can apply feedback to their project result. With these projects, we progress this ideation process. and we classified the education program to contents, technology, and method category. Okay, next, second program is on development of a photogrammetry educational program for 3D digital scanning of cultural heritage. It is conducted on 2021. According to UNESCO, program of digital heritage should include appropriate digital materials which have been converted into authentic replicas so that users can understand and use them. The purpose of this study is to investigate the digital heritage education programs in Europe and other countries to understand the current state of digital heritage education. And we created a digital heritage program of digitization that cultural heritage stakeholders in the Asia Pacific region can easily participate in. In this education program, students can learn the photogrammetry technology for digitization of heritage. Photogrammetry is a method of measuring an object by taking photos. It helps to obtain quantitative data such as height and size of buildings by measuring the acquired photos and qualitative data such as color of the objects to be measured and the extent of damage. Photogrammetry mainly proceed in order to image capture, image matching, final photo cloud generation. This is the process of photogrammetry practice. Students can select the artifacts they want to create as a 3D model in museum and relics, and they can make a shooting environment and taking picture of the artifacts. Third, they can rotate the turntable and take pictures of artifacts. Next, they can acquire data using an image technique suitable to the artifacts. The more overlapping parts of the image, the better the registration. So they need to shoot so that many parts overlap. And they can adjust the height based on the artifacts and take several shots. They can use the application to match the artifact data. The initial data registration produce a low density point cloud. And they can create a high density point cloud by connecting more points based on the generated low density point clouds. Okay, I will introduce our projects on this year. It is about developing heritage data management and utilization training programs for heritage managers. This education program is designed for 5 days, and it can be conducted biannual. Yeah. The target of the program is heritage management managers and museum curators and archivists, conservators, and data managers. 20 to 25 people can join this program simultaneously. This education program consists of study theory and technical practice and team projects. I will introduce the background of this program design. In a survey of working level workers conducted by the National Archives, 83% respondents agreed that re-education was necessary. More specifically, the fourth industrial revolution, electronic records management, and new computer system were the most in demand. So it is necessary to systematically classify each record according to the characteristics and re-establish the metadata in the unified way during the data collection process. In addition, a long-term master plan should be established for continuous management. For this purpose, it is necessary to provide an environment where users can become archivists themselves, such as developing a user experience design that enable keyword-based search, creating contents using data, and establishing a metadata system that user can manage it directly. This is a table of contents in education program. On first day, the conceptualization course will be proceed. It is about concept and significance of digital heritage, and students can learn characteristic of heritage data, and people can learn about the need for the digital curation method, and they can practice and they conduct team building and conceptualization. Second day is about data generation and selection. Students can learn about definition of metadata and cases of cultural heritage metadata. They can conduct metadata design. Third day, it is about data collection. Students can learn the data collection method. They can conduct web search and image classification by folder, and they can organize the data in Excel format. On fourth day, students can learn about the data preservation and storage. It's about long-term data preservation strategy and ontology for semantic web application of cultural heritage information. They practice ontology design with Protege software. It's open software. Yeah. On final day, students can learn about the data utilization. It's about user experience design and user interface design. And students can design digital curation contents and exhibit their result on a digital kiosk. On first day conceptualization, they can learn about digital heritage. Digital heritage is digitizing cultural heritage information such as historical, cultural, aesthetic, and archaeology and scientific value, or digitizing cultural heritage that exists in analog form. It can be divided into two categories. It is first one is born digital heritage, and second one is digitized heritage. Born digital heritage is a heritage created in digital form from birth, and digitized heritage is conversion of related information or legacy in analog form into digital format. People can learn about the digital heritage definition by UNESCO. UNESCO defines digital heritage as a unique resource of human knowledge and expression that encompasses technical, medical, and legal information, as well as cultural, educational, scientific, and administrative resources, and is digitally generated or converted to analog resource in digital format. Digital heritage is a text database, photography, video, graphics, software, web page format. So we can define digital heritage to 2D photography and CT, X-ray, and 3D scan data of cultural heritage. And students can learn about characteristics of heritage data. Cultural heritage metadata for each type of heritage, such as cultural heritage, intangible heritage, natural heritage, and recorded heritage, and archival materials is required. And the heritage metadata can be divided into basic heritage and contextual metadata. For heritage records, separated existing analog records into digital converted formats, such as PDF, JPEG, and various digital formats, OBJ, STL, produced by current recording operations. And the heritage data are required properties such as classification, material, and designation number, and operation properties such as repair techniques exist. Okay, people can learn about the digital curation definition and conceptualization. Digital curation is activities to preserve, manage, and utilize the value of digital objects for present and future generation. The work of adding value to the data so that can be used continuously is about this curation concept. Digital heritage concept, digital curation activities are included data collection and management, preservation, and service activities. And second, activities that add value to the data. And third, including activities to ensure the integrity, reliability, authenticity, validity, accessibility, and availability of data. On second day, students can learn about definition of metadata. Metadata means the data for data as attributes, information of data. Information that follows behind the data to analysis, classify, and add additional information to understand. Due to categorizing contents distributed in various systems are integrated and serviced according to user needs. And metadata enables the development of hierarchical services. And metadata is for the reusability and high usability of heritage data. It can implement it to enable independent reconstruction, and it can implement search and recommendation services for individual or organizations. Students can select artifacts to visualize. They search information and design concept to visualize heritage information, and they can use artifacts such as services provided by museum or portal sites such as Google. With their conceptualization, they can collect images and categorize them by folders. And they categorize the metadata, the name, collection number, and nationality, era, and purpose, function, size, details. Finally, they can make a list of the digital heritage artifacts. With the heritage list, they can conduct ontological visualization. Ontology is a system of data technology that allows digital representation of the object of information. Ontology categorize target resource into classes and allow individuals belonging to each class to have common attributes and describe relationships between them. The students can use the ontology software. The name of the software is Protege. It's open software which is developed by Stanford University. Students can define class and object property and data property. This is example of a practice result. The students and other participants can understand the heritage network. On first day, people can learn about the data preservation and storage. The digital preservation aims to make digital resources continuously available in the future in a rapidly changing technology or media. They are sort of a data preservation method. First one is media transfer. People can transfer data from end-of-life media to new media of the same type. And they can retain data by regularly transferring from stored hardware software to next generation content technology. And next method is emulation. It is about access digital data by virtually reproducing degraded system from new system using emulator software that mimic the technology platform of software. Final method is encapsulation. It is strategy for simultaneously preserving digital materials as well as software and hardware required to create and use digital materials. On the fifth day, students can learn about the digital utilization. Since the stories of each cultural heritage are connected to each other, it is important to effectively show the relationship between cultural heritages. And fast and easy access to the information that end users want is a critical issue. Visualization contents using cultural heritage visualization tools aims to enable users to catch the semantic relationship of cultural heritage easily and quickly. New information can be discovered by connecting and visualizing secondary and tertiary relationships beyond the primary semantic relationship between artifacts. People can edit artifacts information. People can convert local image file to blob and then make a database. And students can link image files and artifacts. And students can enter the data and edit the data or delete the data with this editor tool. People can design the user-centered experiences and interfaces to create visualization content to effectively communicate artifact information based on the data collect in the previous process, visualize the information using various methods. They can adjust the size of thumbnail to guess the number of the artifacts related with it and change the border color according to the tagged metadata. And people can design a way to visualize the relationship between artifacts with the same metadata. And people can interface design to catch semantic relationships between the artifacts easily, such as adjustment of the arrangement of sub-classification and each artifacts. Okay, I will show you example of our education tool. Please click the icons.
I believe Professor Lee has a problem with his presentation file right now. Yes. So can you, yes. And I think there's like a short video inside the animations, right? So can you turn on the animations? I think Professor Lee, you have to click the. Thank you. So unfortunately, the animations in the presentation file doesn't work. So I think Professor Lee can carry on his presentation.
Okay, maybe the file format is not working. Okay, with that education tool, the people can conduct the visualization materials, and they can learn visualization contents with the UX UI designed by each team on a digital kiosk and explain to other teams. And they can give and receive feedback from each other and discuss improvements. Okay. The education program is finished with the exhibition. Yeah. This is my final presentation materials of this presentation.
So thank you, Professor Lee, for your presentation. I apologize for the incident that occurred. I hope we have another chance for Professor Lee to share his animations also in the future. Since in 2020, we have extended the research scope, including the development and education programs for capacity building. Recently, as digital heritage has emerged as a rising field in cultural heritage, educational programs with the subject of managing and utilizing data are becoming more important. I think we will have more opportunities next year to use the education program that Professor Lee's team is developing currently. Thank you. So the next presenter is Professor Jung-Min Yu. Professor Yu is a professor of the Department of Cultural Heritage Industry. Today he will be presenting Joseon Tongshinsa topic discovery research for the production of tangible and intangible virtual contents. Without further ado, we welcome Professor Yu to the floor.
Yeah, thank you for your great introduction. This is very honorable to present this wonderful forum. International Forum. And let me start my presentation. Yeah, today's topic is a study on the topic discovery to produce tangible and intangible virtual contents of 조선통신사. 조선통신사 was official diplomatic mission and cultural mission sent by the king of Joseon dynasty to Japan's shogun. The 조선통신사 had dispatched 12 times from 1607 to 1811 after Japanese invasion of Korea in 1592 as a symbol of peace exchange between Joseon and Japan. The documents 조선통신사 111 articles and 330 three items of travel and cultural exchange records are jointly registered on the Memory of World UNESCO in October 2017. It only includes the documents which are owned by Korea and Japan. Other subjects would be studied later. A specific research by the 조선통신사 is to confirm the patterns of cultural exchange between Korea and Japan and analyze the historical difference perspectives, suggesting that Joseon plays a role as a messenger of advanced Confucian culture in Northeast Asia. The final purpose of this study is to secure the value of utilizing colorful and rich stories and various cultural hidden in 조선통신사 as a digital historical cultural contents. The two countries have different perspectives on the dispatch on the 조선통신사. Joseon, as an advanced country in Confucian culture, had a justification for leading Japanese civilization through the cultural guidance and purified its aggregation. The three ambassadors, such as 정사 and 부사 and 종상관, those ambassadors were selected among the people with excellent academic ability, especially the poem exchanger and clerks who were in charge of communication in Chinese character and poem, and was selected among those who have excellent literary ability. The physician and clerk and painters and acrobats who were in charge of cultural exchange were dispatched among people with excellent talents and skills in various fields. Since the painters in Joseon 통신사 is positions were depicted by the painters to record achievements of the legend, and all but one of the exchange paintings of positions were drawn by the Japanese painters. The reason why the 조선통신사 was selected for investigation is as follows. Firstly, it has distinctive elements with the former Joseon culture, such as literature and costume and objects, and communication using Chinese characters and poems. Secondly, there are sufficient research materials since it is rich in documents and painting materials. Lastly, it can be utilized for history education and can be invigorated for local cultural contents. The 조선통신사 was produced as this contents since it has various ways of utilizing and visual elements. Okay, the purpose of this study is to investigate the documents and paintings of Joseon Tongsinsa in late Joseon dynasty, and to discover the topics to produce the tangible, intangible, the virtual contents of the Joseon Tongsinsa. In relation to the Joseon Tongsinsa, various research have been conducted in academia, including research on the history of Korean and Japan relations, and travel records and paintings of possessions, and documentary paintings and cultural exchange. So these contents and the realistic contents are good contents to assess convenient to large amount of data to users by applying active interaction. Various existing studies on Joseon Tongsinsa have the value of being sufficiently used as historical contents and interesting materials for user. This slide shows the year and purpose of dispatch of Joseon Tongsinsa. It was ended with once in Sonjo period, once in Ganghaegun period, 3 times in Joseon Injo period, once in Hyojong period, and 3 times in Sukjong period, twice in Yeongjo period, and once in Sunjo period. And departed through the Gyeongsang-Jangdo, Jado, and arrived through the Gyeongsang-Udo to reduce economical burden of a country, and a prefecture where the members of mission had stayed. Yugok and Mungyong and Wuguk was all stopovers of departure and arrival because of their geographical location. And also there were official banquets hosted by the governor in Chungju, Andong, Gyeongju, Dongdae until 1655. Since 1780, the banquet have been held on in Yeongcheon and Busan. Also from the Busan to Osaka via Tsukushima domain, they travel by the sea on the Joseon Tongsinsa vessel. The vessel anchored in Osaka ports and traveled from Osaka to Kyoto by a river on the Japanese provided ferry. They travel by land from Kyoto and Edo. The first journey was to Kyoto, and the other journey was to Edo. In June 2017, the National Research Institute of Marine Cultural Heritage implemented Ambassador Jeongsa's vessel in 3D screen, as you see in this slide, which is a symbol of Korean and Japan exchange. Rebuilt the vessel in real size according to this work in 2018 and hold launching ceremony in Mokpo, Jeollanam-do. Design of the Jeongsa began in 2015, was complete 4 years later in 2018. The send-off banquet, Jeonbyulyeon, was one of main ceremony held in Joseon. The banquet took place in Chungju Andong, Gyeongju, where the mission members passed through from the departs Hanyang until 1755. In these regions, it would be possible to develop the Joseon Tongsinsa Jeonbeolyeon as a local cultural content. Since 26, the representative liberal for sea gods hold annually in Busan and study for restoration of ritual food is in progress. Okay, the main ceremony held in Japan is disembark banquet. It took place as place of Lord Tsukushima domain and official national banquet and cultural exchange. Edo Jeonmyeongui is a ceremony of the delivering the official letters of the Joseon king to shogun. The mission member was born in 1636 and took funeral orations and offerings from Joseon and held memorial service. Tokugawa Ieyasu was evaluated as a person who worked hard for his friendship between Joseon and Japan, and which had been estranged since the Japanese invasion of Korea. Yeah, this slide shows UNESCO nomination. The two Korean diplomatic documents and 32 items can be found in the digital archive of Joseon Tongsinsa History Museum. 3 diplomatic documents, 19 items can be found in Japan's side. The painting of possessions has the highest proportional among the Tongsinsa paintings. Yeah. The uses of paintings were records and appreciating for shogunate and high-length official reference for the practitioners and wood block prints for the fabric. And there are 해상선단도 and 국서 누선도 and appreciate paintings. Documentary paintings relate to Joseon Tongsinsa. This slide shows that paintings the position of Joseon Tongsinsa. The paintings of Joseon Tongsinsa's possessions are classified according to the itinerary. And first one is 도중 행렬도. Depicts the possession of Tongsinsa heading to Edo by land. 등성 행렬도 shows the possessions of a large number of mission members visiting Edo Castle to deliver the official letters to the king. The 기로 행렬도 depicts the members of a mission returning to Joseon from Edo. Lastly, 귀국 행렬도 depicted the possession of Lord of Tsukushima domain who participated in entertainments and escorts of the Joseon Tongsinsa is going back. Okay. This painting shows the official letter written by King and the Ambassador Jeongsa during possession of a mission. The members of missions who were selected from provinces were ordered to their governance office to be sent with clothes. Japanese shogunate also thought that the members of a mission in gorgeous dress would be helpful for strengthening status, so they require appearance of 통신사 to be gorgeous. The painting 국서 누선도 shows the peregrine carrying the official letter of a king transferred to Japanese provided ferry by the Korean side. Yeah, this figure shows that their situation. The most representative records of cultural exchange seen in 조선 통신사 is 필담 창화. The 필담 means communications by writing Chinese characters, and 창화 means communication by composing poems. It is said that many Japanese visits a communication of 통신사 during journey from Fukushima domain to Edo through Osaka until late night, and intellectuals had a great hardship. The writing of clocks and paintings of painters were handed down. The errand boy, Sodong, is indispensable interest person among the retinue. Yeah, Sodong, a company every 12 missions. It is presumed that there seems to be standard for Sodong selection, since they were selected from various regions in Gyeongsangdo. They were in charge of dancing at banquet and wore slowy color costume. Yeah, unlike ordinary military uniforms, they fit performance. Military uniforms were produced in high quality silk fabrics and provide excellent horse and saddles imports from China. Various sports had provided for delegation so that they can show its best skills and enhance its national prestige. As a result of investigation of the Joseon 통신사, it has various good materials to be produced 3D tangible, intangible, virtual contents. The Joseon 통신사 will be good opportunity to re-examine and highlight its status as cultural advanced culture, a country that led the Confucian culture in Northeast Asia in 19th century. Okay, this slide shows the example of using ICT technology in cultural heritage. So far, we have looked the necessity and value of virtual contents, and now we will look at an example of virtual contents that combine cultural contents with ICT technology. In the case of present above, although it focused on the visual expression and technical elements, there were limitations that the user's immersion and interest elements were not fully reflected. Recently, according to these trends, many researchers such as university and museums are providing immersive contents such as experiencing the five senses. Okay, this is analysis of ICT technology for digital cultural contents. The ICT technology used for the cultural heritage were classified into augmented reality and virtual reality and mixed reality within extended reality. Yes, 조선통신사 is suitable materials for producing realistic contents because it has rich historical data and achieve active research and contains interesting stories. The contents framework is presented as a proposal that can be faithfully contain the interesting materials of 조선통신사. This is our last slide. This slide shows the examples of information architecture design. We present the image-based AR contents while conducting research on the 3D recording and preservation experience of Nobu possession in the Joseon dynasty. By recognizing actual images instead of markers, the virtual objects were augmented. The movement of a position was animated. Okay, this is our last slide. Thank you for your intention. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Yu, for your presentation. I believe this research will provide the basis for more research regarding the development of the cultural contents related to Korea-Japan relationship, including the Joseon Tongsinsa in the future. This is the end of session 1. If you have any questions regarding the previous 2 presentations, please leave them in our YouTube comment section. We will get back to you during the discussion session of session 2 and 3. Now we will have a recess. Our next session will start at 1 p.m. Korean Standard Time, which will be in an hour and 30 minutes from now. So I will meet you after our recess. Thank you. So, hello, welcome back. I hope you had a nice break. So, in 2020, the Knuch Unesco Chair Program launched a research grant project. Knuch Unesco Chair Research Grant Project has three objectives. First, to encourage research on the preservation and restoration of Asia Pacific cultural heritage. Second, to support young researchers who have the background and interest in the field of cultural heritage in Asian Pacific regions. Finally, to provide opportunities for young researchers to share knowledge and methodologies and communicate regarding the preservation and restoration of cultural heritage. This research grant project will be continuing next year. The door is open to anyone who is interested. If so, please apply for next year's research fund. So in the next two sessions, we invite the scholars of this year's research grant project to share their progress and results of their research so far. All the presentation of the research grant projects were pre-recorded in case of technical issues. All questions and comments will be taken and answered after the presentations during our live discussion session. If you have any questions for the presenters, please leave them in our YouTube comment section. Now we will start the second session. In this session, we have three research teams from the Asia Pacific region with very interesting, important subjects. Our first presentation of the 2020 Knuch UNESCO Chair Research Grant is presented by Professor Shuaida M.D. Noor. Professor Shuaida M.D. Noor is an associate professor of the School of Communication at the University of Sains Malaysia. Today, her topic is the visitor journey mapping, new understanding of youth cultural heritage experience. We welcome Professor Shuaida to the floor.
I'm Shuaida Matnoor. I'm presenting on behalf of my team on visitor journey mapping, new understanding of youth cultural heritage experience. And this is our team. I'm Shuaida Matnoor. My area of research in the area of marketing communication, and we have also Professor Dr. Nasira Jafar. Her area of research in project management. And here are our two research assistants. We have Rafiq Ismail, who focuses on persuasive communication, and Jiahu, who's doing his PhD in the sharing of intangible cultural heritage. All right. Our study focuses on youth and cultural heritage experience. We want to look at youth because we want to ensure that they're interested and willing to share their cultural experience, and subsequently they would want to support conservation efforts. So how, when, and what they experience has implications on their awareness and appreciation. So when we talk about experience, what we mean is when we are in contact with the heritage. So it has sensory dimensions, time and space dimensions. We also look at what they think, feel, and do with heritage, and also looked at the social dimensions of this heritage experience. Because all these experiences will form our perceptions and influence of meaning making. So to look at those experiences, we looked at their touch points. Touch points are any contact point between the visitor, in our case, the young generation, and heritage. It can be any form, literally or figuratively, physical or digital. It can be from authoritative sources, formal sources, or it can be from users online. Any interaction from these multiple sources, basically. So we look from the holistic perspective and see how that contributes to the whole experience of heritage. Because for us, every touch point is an opportunity to communicate. So what we do is we look at a visitor journey mapping. So we ask our participants to map their journey from the beginning, from before even going to heritage sites, and during and after. We borrow this approach from the marketing industry and also the marketing literature, whereby they look at consumers from before purchase, what they do when they purchase and after purchase. So we track at each point of their journey to know how and when they are in touch with the heritage. So the objectives of this study is to map the journey of the young generation in experiencing cultural heritage and to determine which are the key touch points along that experience, and also to understand how the young generation make meaning of the heritage based on the encounters that they have along that journey. So we have two heritage sites. The first one is we took participants to heritage sites. The first one is Georgetown Historic Cities of the Straits of Malacca. It's a UNESCO World Heritage Sites. Basically, it features a variety of houses of worship and shop houses, different architectural from different architecture designs from different eras. The next place is the next heritage site is the Lenggong Valley UNESCO World Heritage Site. It features human civilizations spanning back from the Paleolithic, Neolithic, all the way to Metal Ages. So these are very two different heritage sites. We took two groups. So one went to the Lenggong Valley and one went to the Georgetown Heritage Site. So our method is qualitative and exploratory qualitative research design. We took participants to the heritage sites, but beforehand, we explained to them that they have to do this customer journey mapping, and then after 2 weeks, we told them that they have to attend these focus group interviews. So basically, and our participants are youth ages from the ages of 15 to 24 years of age. So the data collection process, so we recruit them, gave them online briefing 2 weeks prior to going to these heritage sites. And then during the online briefing, we explained to them the concepts of touch points and the concepts of experience in this study. And then that they have to do this journey mapping and also have to attend the focus group interviews after they went to the heritage site. So 2 weeks before the journey, they have already done the journey mapping for the before, and at the heritage site, they did the mapping there, and also after within that 2 weeks after, 2 weeks after, they did the journey mapping for the after visit. And after that, they did the focus group interviews. So we gave them the journey map template. So we told them that they need to make sure that they have all this information, and but they were also encouraged to improvise, use their own creativity to come up with whatever, if you want to use drawings, whatever language that you want to use, please use them so that they feel comfortable in coming up with these journey map. This is the focus group interviews. We interviewed them in small groups. So basically the findings, before going to these heritage sites, we did some preliminary data collection on the heritage knowledge and awareness. So basically they don't have in-depth knowledge of these two heritage sites, and many of them knew about Georgetown, but not in depth. They only knew Georgetown as in terms of heritage, it's a place where the British had landed and formed the modern Penang. In terms of Lenggong Valley, they only know about Perak Man. So they don't know in depth about the other things about Perak Man. Many have been to the Georgetown Heritage Sites because this is a very touristy area, but not many have been to the Lengong Valley. So in terms of the touch points that we were talking earlier, we had categorized the touch points that they have put on their journey mapping into 7 categories. So the first one is the authoritative contents. These are contents from formal sources. And then another category is experiencing exhibits. So when they went to the heritage sites, what do they experience there? Yeah? And then hands-on activities include mock excavation because they had this activity and tool-making activities, hiking to the caves. Yeah, these were all organized by our partners in doing this study. And then first-hand storytelling from what they heard from their family members and their friends. You know, before going, they asked their friends about what they know about these 2 heritage sites. So that's what we call first-hand storytelling. And then there's user-generated contents, contents posted by past visitors. So basic prior to going to the heritage sites, they look for some information. So this is what they have encountered. And online engagement, in addition to those user-generated content, sometimes they post on WhatsApp, yeah, on the groups, also in their social media. Some has comments, yeah, people commented on that, shares or like what they posted. And then we also have one category, the evocation of senses. So when they were at the heritage site, for example, they tasted the cuisines there, what they see at the Lengong Valley, you know, it's a very scenic area. This all adds up to their experience. These are the key touch points in detail. Yeah, I'll go through that. Okay, the findings on the touch points pre-visit, the participants, when going there, before going there, they try to remember what they have learned in school, what they have did in their school assignments, and also what they have learned or heard from families and friends. And then, but these were not enough for them, so they seek for more information. The main medium is online platforms, and other mediums, other media, teachers, family, and friends. And also they ask us about the trip, yeah, the heritage sites as well. But I'll go more in depth on the online, the context online. They basically were not satisfied with what were posted by authoritative sources. For example, you know, in heritage, in Georgetown Heritage site, there's mentions there. So they would have posted things in there, or there's Penang Tourism that have posted information on Penang Heritage, but they found that these information are very repetitive. So and when they do Google search, this is what they found. Yeah, these are the first few things that, you know, on the page that they found. So they found these are very repetitive. So what they did was that they go to social media platforms. They're mostly on smartphones, so they will have the apps on there. So they'll go to TikTok, they'll go to YouTube's to go straight to user-generated contents there. So stories, they like stories from ordinary everyday people. So they want to, they find that these are more interesting, they're more creative, they like that variety of content. So their main platforms they went to was YouTube, TikTok, Instagram, yeah. So, and most the social media that they use to these days, yeah. All right, and then as for the touch points during the visit, they prefer storytelling approaches from the personnel there. Yeah, they at these heritage sites, they have audio recording, but they prefer live storytelling, and they want storytelling, you know, like knowing the stories of people who lived at these mansions or lived in Georgetown, the They like to listen to myths or legends that are related to the Lengong Valley. So these kind of things that they like. They found that the signages there were very outdated, too wordy, so they prefer infographics and they prefer side activities, games, picnics, yeah, food tasting. And hands-on activities are appreciated. They like doing the mock excavation and tool making activities that the archaeologists there had prepared for them. So from there, they reflected, how hard it is to do this excavation, and they appreciate the work of the archaeologists more. And when they first did these activities, then go to the caves to the actual sites. They said during the focus group interviews, those mock excavations had made them more appreciative when they went to the actual sites. And we also learned that the participants were creating and sharing contents online while at the site, which means if you're a tourist guide or an archaeologist explaining to these young people, like our participants, and when they do this live sharing, you are actually sharing with not just 20 participants who were there, but also, +5 or +10 people who are looking at their live shares. And then touch points, post visits, they reflected with friends and families. They talk and discuss, explain to them what they have seen and what they think, and then discuss their experience, and then promoting these sites to friends and families. And they plan for return visits, especially those who went to Lengong Valley. And now that they have these 2 weeks after the visit, now they have time to generate more content and post their experience. Yeah, so they do more information seeking to get more in-depth knowledge. So these are some of the contents that they posted. Yeah, this is an example of the journey maps. Yeah, as we explained earlier, we asked them to use their creativity. Yeah, so some are more straightforward there. All right. In terms of meaning making, in reflecting the Georgetown heritage, they were surprised by the richness of the heritage in their own hometown. They mostly had taken for granted. They feel that Georgetown is more about food and shopping, but now they know how rich it is. Also, by going there, then being able to communicate in these live sessions with the tourist guides. Sorry, the guides there. They were very brave. They were braver to broach lingering questions. For example, non-Muslims who were part of the group now, brave to ask about what Muslims do during prayers, for example. Okay, and they also learned that Georgetown can be experienced in many interesting ways, as discovered by the social media postings by others. In reflecting the Lengong Valley, the participants were very surprised by the fact that Lengong Valley has more than Perak Man. Yeah, so now they learn that there's heritage there that is as old as 1.8 million years old. So, and then they drew parallels of these ancient prehistoric people with how they live today. Many wish for more promotions in creating awareness of heritage. Yeah. So in conclusion, for us, youth's experience of heritage come from multiple sources, many of which are actually non-formal sources. So you have to be very, take note of that. Yeah, the findings indicate it's a highly social experience. They like to share, they like to interact, yeah, with the personnel and also family members. So it's a very social experience. Formal sources are important, yeah, in gaining reliable information, but you have to make sure that these are interesting for these young generations. Otherwise, it'll just go off the radar. They won't even get interested in it. But non-formal sources are key to gain their attention. So you can say that these are the building blocks to generate interest and desire. For youth, stories let themselves immerse in the world of the past. They find parallels in their life. They like the stories of those people in the past, but also of the stories of visitors and how they relate to the heritage. And they also like hands-on activities. Yeah, they play by playing the roles of archaeologists, for example. They can step into the shoes of others. Yeah, it's not really knowing about how to do things. Yeah, for example, how to excavate, to do the excavation, but really about appreciating what they do. Yeah, and youth find the education system should make history and heritage more interesting. All right, so that's the conclusion of our presentation today. I hope to have, we hope to have a good discussion on this. So thank you very much for this opportunity.
So thank you, Professor Shuhaida, for your interesting presentation. It was very interesting to understand the youth culture heritage experience in the new perspective using the visitor journey mapping. And I really appreciate the hard work taking the young generation to the two sites and trying to follow your research also. I heard from our tech team that we had like a slight issue in the beginning. We apologize for the issue, and I hope that doesn't occur in the future. So our next presenter is Dr. Camilla Shubhasinghe. Camilla Shubhasinghe is a lecturer at the Curtin University, Western Australia. The title of the research is Post-Disaster Rebuilding via Intangible Heritage Restoration, a micro-human effort-based approach. So Professor Camilla, we would like to ask him to join the group. Yes.
Post-disaster rebuilding via intangible heritage restoration, a micro-human efforts-based approach. This research investigates specific individual capacities that assist cultural heritage restoration after climate-induced disasters for sustainable recovery. It focuses on the efforts made by individual, or what is identified as micro-human efforts, that developed into collective measures and the establishment of new status quo. Although preserving tangible materialistic heritage is considered essential, restoration of traditional knowledge and skill useful for post-disaster rebuilding has not yet been investigated fully. Further lacking is the potential of microhuman effort as an alternative post-disaster rebuilding methodology. Therefore, this study proposes a multidisciplinary approach that could harness a holistic understanding of the critical component of an intangible cultural heritage-based restoration recovery model. Capitalized on microhuman efforts, this model will potentially lead to enhanced protocols, policy recommendations, and best practice proposals. The objective is to develop intangible cultural heritage as an integral part of collective efforts towards long-term sustainability. Identified as self-work or self-installation in the existing body of knowledge, a rudimentary form of microhuman efforts, intangible cultural heritage has the potential to impact post-disaster recovery positively. When used for rebuilding after climate-induced disasters, vulnerable communities significantly benefit from intangible cultural heritage as it uses their generational know-how. What lacks in the research is how microhuman effort-based self-work concepts such as self-labor engage local knowledge directly. Unlike other types of disasters, communities know a great deal about climate-induced disasters and ways to live and learn from them. Hence, the proposed project aims to create an efficient intangible resource mobilization model leading to a fast and robust rebuilding. In the process, it consolidates isolated generational know-how to deliver a redevelopment role model for vulnerable communities in traditional disaster-prone settlement in the Pacific region. This adaptable regional model will allow such communities to use their understanding of local climate and resources for disaster resiliency. Engagement of individual capacities or microhuman efforts in cultural heritage restoration is not entirely new, but considered difficult and lack direct derivatives. Hence, the worth of this cost-effective self-installation via microhuman efforts adjunct to post-disaster recovery is often overlooked. While evidence of self-installation benefits and post-disaster recovery through intangible cultural know-how restoration is independently available, little is known about microhuman efforts, such as self-labor in post-disaster damage assessment and recovery that promotes emotional and economic outcomes. This project will therefore have significance in advancing the field of intangible heritage restoration specific to disaster rebuilding. Until this information is available, it will be difficult for stakeholders to negotiate a robust program with the evacuees for holistic recovery, long-term resiliency, and overall sustainability. This research project is scaffolded on well-established constructivities. When 1 in every 113 people globally is now displaced, the magnitude of disaster damage overall impact on general human condition is immeasurable. According to the Disaster Reporting Center Report 2018, the Indo-Pacific region alone hosted 8.6 million displaced persons due to sudden onset disasters in 2017, accounting for 46% of the global total. While extent of analysis of recurring natural disasters have remained repetitive and stagnated, climate-induced disasters still occur have significantly increased the number of perpetually displaced communities. The multifacetedness of this issue highlights a need for holistic approach or alternative approaches, particularly those that will empower impacted communities to effectively coordinate the capacities of individuals to deal with the ever-increasing complexities of recovery programs. It has been established that individuals can integrate humanitarian action to embrace sustainable development opportunities and build resilience. Although related research independently covers individual capacities in specific phases of disaster recovery, it does not discourse on human and health and wellness, housing and livelihood options, and access to recovery information and programs perspectives holistically. Consequently, it raises a need for an individual effort-centric model of recovery that invests in humble yet robust psychophysiological efforts of individuals that could contribute to a compelling collaborative whole. Such efforts have proven particularly profound for ethnic minorities with intangible heritage, which addresses societal issues via resilience building. In 2003, the term Intangible Cultural Heritage, or ICH, was established by United Nations Educational, Scientific and Cultural Organization as a recognition of traditions of living expressions as well as traditional knowledge and skills inherited from our ancestors and passed on to our descendants. ICH's roles in maintaining cultural uniqueness in rapidly globalizing world has been equally recognized as a way of retain and restore time-tested problem solving. Although the value of ICH in supporting sustainable development is widely acknowledged, it has not been integrated with disaster recovery, particularly from the microhuman efforts tangent. A broad definition based on immaterial cultural heritage is used in this research to delve into cultural heritage-based disaster rebuilding strategies, which are informally adopted by the traditional settlement in many parts of the world. People living in disaster-prone sites carry specific mechanisms to cope, bounce back, and use rebuilding as a methodology for their psychophysiological recovery. These mechanisms include self-organization of resources, such as self-work related to debris removal, reuse, repurposing, and recycling towards rebuilding. As much as rebuilding buildings, these small efforts support restoring know-how heritage which they typically are unable to undertake under normal circumstances as they may demand extended time and resources. However, there's a lack of research into direct link between microhuman efforts and disaster recovery, mainly how the affected individual contribute to the collective to deal with the disaster consequences using their small efforts. Based on microhuman efforts-based methodology, this study synthesizes the latest knowledge on individual capacities by enabling multidisciplinary research to find overlapping and intersecting links. The overarching idea is that vulnerable communities' post-disaster know-how could be streamlined to restore intangible cultural heritage towards enhanced building outcomes. For example, use of self-labor in building transitional housing and achieving emotional and economic benefit for evacuees, investors, and managers. Ones which how such efforts promotes rapid social mobility and following recovery outcomes are determined, it will become possible to incorporate these features in future environmental management and rebuilding design to reduce dependency and influence resiliency. However, existing research has not yet unbundled what specific small efforts of individual contribute to collective and thus the overall sustainability of rebuilding programs. The methodology adopted aims to investigate threefold issues pertaining to intangible heritage restoration based approach to post-disaster rebuilding. A. Why disaster recovery programs still distant from affected people who know how to handle self-recovery to an extent. B. How the affected people deal with disasters using their intangible cultural heritage. And C. What specific small efforts of the affected individual contribute to sustainable post-disaster rebuilding towards resiliency. As the work question demand varying degrees of isolated pieces of understanding from multiple disciplines, the methodology uses A. Multidisciplinary strategies, as in skillful planning in setting objectives, B. Mixed method, as in skillful ways of implementing objectives, and C. Hermeneutical tactics, as in skillful moves for achieving objectives as the instruments. Although mentioned sequentially, it may or may not work in a particular order, most likely in a hermeneutical spiral. The methodological strategy employs multiple disciplinary goal setting under the thematic umbrella of microhuman efforts. These microhuman efforts seen through interpretation of evacuees and distilled by researcher in fourfold status of forms as diagrams in figure 1. 1. Long practice cultural norms of communities, individuals as the core. 2. Contested through continuous trial and error without outside involvement, which are critical. 3. Systematically progressed through outside influences, the responses. 4. Rejected, disappeared, and abandoned, which are reactive from the evacuees. Microhuman cues and codes related to intangible assets that emerged from the table 1 were used to run a focused review of post-disaster rebuilding. Microhuman codes are quite prominent in system and management and less significant in trials and clinical processes. This indicates the lack of emphasis and gap in the area, requiring more efforts in identifying direct benefits on psychophysiological health and wellness of evacuees through intangible heritage restoration. The tabulation also highlights limitation in research investigating planning and application of post-disaster transitional settings and settlement to seize an opportunity to re-establish shaken social societal norms and cultural core. Although disaster debris assessment and removal have been investigated under system and management, it is not clear what impact it might have on intangible cultural heritage restoration, as it does not specifically refer to skill at a higher level. For example, with the certain construction debris such as rare species of wood, stones, and earth, as well as crafted building components need specific skills to spot, sort, and restore for rebuilding purposes. Although time and resource intensive, tacit knowledge, values, and practices of intangible cultural heritage has clear advantages over resourceful use of natural resources without overexploitation. When necessary, it allows individuals in communities to better face natural disasters within reachable distance of their eco-social spheres. Key outcome includes of such intangible heritage includes biodiversity conservation, sustainable natural resource management, and natural disaster preparedness and response. Advanced and adapted constantly to changing circumstances at micro levels and scales, such efforts are time tested tools that actively help locals to reduce disaster risk and rebuild when necessary, not just to battle climate change, but better, less disruptive ways of environmental living. Hence, microhuman based heritage restoration minimizes socio environmental cost of rebuilding. On the other hand, exclusion of microhuman based heritage reinstallation may cause catastrophic corruption of social integrity. Intangible heritage in climate associated displacements has yet not been fully integrated into disaster rebuilding strategies from health and wellness perspective. This research mandate a broad definition of intangible heritage for non-traditional urban communities who have not been recognized as carriers or caretakers of traditional knowledge, but may have potential to receive psychophysiological benefits through uncovering latent talents and or learning new skill related to intangible heritage restoration. Intangible heritage has direct benefit when used for formalizing training for post-disaster rebuilding. For example, employing traditional art forms and mythological characters as in performing art to reintroduce intangible heritage related to craft of construction. Although valuable, a formal or informal organization cannot own intangible resources. The management of such resources involve complex issues like value capture and appropriation. Intangible resources may contribute to competitive advantage when they are rare and valuable. This competitive advantage may be sustainable if such resources are immutable and non-substitutable. To achieve competitive advantages, such microhuman theories establish human capacities and interaction as valuable intangible assets for external actors and non-substitutable strategic resources. The problem largely remains in the poverty of discourse in recognition of various facets and modes of intangible microhuman heritage that some stakeholders hesitate to acknowledge and integrate as useful for post disaster rebuilding. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Camila Shubhangshinga, for your presentation. It was very informative to learn about the micro-human effort and also using this effort, the effort-based approach in post-disaster rebuilding via intangible heritage restoration. Last but not least, our final presentation for this session is Professor Mastura Jafar. Professor Mastura Jafar is a professor of the School of Housing, Building, and Planning at the University Sains Malaysia. Today, her topic is establishing a stakeholder collaboration model for sustainability of Penang Hill Biosphere Reserve, PHBR. I would like to invite Professor Mastura Jafar to the floor.
Hi, everyone. My name is Mastura Jafar from the School of Housing, Building and Planning, USM. And I have my team here, Dr. Nur Shohada Muhammad Noor from the School of Communication, USM. So today we would like to share our finding on the establishing a stakeholder collaboration model for the sustainability of the Penang Hill Biosphere Reserve, or I will call it refers to PHBR later on. So a little bit about Penang Hill Biosphere Reserve. The Penang Hill Biosphere Reserve has been recognized under UNESCO Man and Biosphere Program for its unique cultural and natural heritage on September 2021. So this is the third and newest Malaysian member of the UNESCO Biosphere, comprising a network of 12,481 hectares. So the total area consists of 58.3%, the inland area, and the marine area consists of 41.7%. So this is the natural condition of PHBR, where include in the dossier that we have three zoning area. One is the core area, which is the green one. The second line is the buffer zone, where we have the yellow area, and the outside of that is the transition area. So actually the transition area, the green one, is actually area that allows for the socio-economic activities, research, education, and so on. So our research objective first is to examine the existing framework, collaboration framework among the management parties of PHBR. Second is to examine the collaboration challenges and opportunities in sustainability among the stakeholders. Third one is to determine key collaboration attributes in encouraging support for PHBR sustainability among various stakeholders. And the fourth one is to formulate a stakeholder collaboration model for PHBR sustainability. So how do we conduct research? When we got this grant since May 2022, we have done a literature review, and we successfully submitted one literature review paper on the stakeholder collaboration. For during July and August, we actually successfully conducted a semi-structured interview and focus group discussion with the stakeholders, including the local community, local businesses, and other stakeholders, including private and public agencies in relation to PHBR. In September to October, we identify the PHBR stakeholder collaboration issues and model of stakeholder collaboration. Also, we adopt some of the model from the literature review. So November, we prepare a final report and propose PHBR stakeholder framework, which I will share later on. And December, we plan to finalize the report. So a little bit about literature review on the biosphere reserve concept and ecotourism. According to researchers, I put here the source, but later on I'll put in detail in the report. So according to previous researchers since 1970s, ecotourism is actually fits well with the context of UNESCO Biosphere Reserve. So almost all literature review that we referred to is actually use the term ecotourism to represent the biosphere reserve concept for the destination. So actually, ecotourism is the part of sustainable tourism, which is made up of cultural, rural, natural tourism, aim to conserve biodiversity, sustain the well-being of local people, includes learning experience, and requires lowest possible consumption on non-renewable resources and stresses. So the objective of ecotourism, the definition of ecotourism fits very well to the biosphere reserve. So since this research is looking into stakeholder collaboration, so I put here definition of the collaboration. It is actually involve all the parties to come out with a solution to a problems where they can work together and try to come up with a problem to identify the problems and solutions to the problem. So what do the stakeholder collaboration means? So it is about the interaction of various stakeholders with common and related goals during planning, learning, decision making, and empowerment, and come up with a collective decision and innovation to tackle the challenges, opportunities, and plan for future and well-being of a particular sustainability. So from the literature review, we have come up with 5 models, okay, according to literature review. Model 1 is a 3-phase framework for the collaboration process by Gray 1989 and Gray 1996. So according to Gray, the stakeholder collaboration consists of, first one is the problem identification, and then from the problem, there is a need for direction setting where stakeholders need to discuss, need to agree on the collaboration, and come up with the collaboration where they work together and support each other to come up with solutions. Apart from that, we have model 2, tourism partnership model. This one is actually a detail out from model 1, 3 phases model. So the first stage is about antecedent, is come out with a crisis, the antecedents for the stakeholder collaboration. And then the second part is on problem solving, okay, identify the problems, and to come up with a solution, they propose a direction setting. Okay, they must have an organization, direction setting, and structuring of the organization, how they come up with a task, activities, program, okay, to come up with a solution, and it ends with the outcome of the program, identify the impact and benefit derived from the collaboration. So the third model is on stakeholder collaboration framework for sustainable ecotourism. This one based on Pasaper et al. To 2013. It is focused on the stakeholder network together with public-private partnership. That is the important element of stakeholder collaboration for sustainable ecotourism. And model 4 is actually has been done by Osman et al. 2018. This is an ecotourism model in Egypt. So based on this, the concept also similar. It is about identify the problem. Focus is on the collaboration ecotourism planning process. So during the process, we need to have a stakeholder collaboration and engagement with their commitment and support. The successful ecotourism development will be achieved. The last model, model 4, is actually based on a study by Wondirat et al. 2020, based on a case study on ecotourism destination in Ethiopia. So this study is actually list out all the stakeholders' involvement, including the private and public sectors, NGOs, private ecotourism enterprises, media, local communities. They detail out in this framework, okay, for the important to support the important common agenda of ecotourism, and they also acknowledge the importance of issues, and from that all the stakeholders actually collaborate to come up with the triangle performance of ecotourism, which is the socio-cultural responsible, economically viable, and environmental sustainability for the destination. So back to our study, we actually has identified two issues, okay, issues on the PHPR. One, I put it under institutional issues, which is the involvement of multiple government agencies in apa tu managing the destination of PHPR. We need to remember here under this PHPR, we have 3 different tourism attraction. One is the Penang Hill, second is the Botanical Garden, and the third one is the Penang National Park. So each destination have their own management and different agencies involved. So it could be a real challenge for the stakeholder management to ensure when these three destinations have to be under one umbrella. So this regulation is actually have their own planning and management involvement of different authorities. So this regulation highlight the overlapping at times conflicting roles and responsibility of agencies might happen in managing PHPR destination. So the third one is about local issues. Currently, based on our research, in terms of biodiversity conservation, we can see overuse of certain hiking trails, which leads to the erosion and habitat degradation or pollution at the site. In terms of heritage conservation, the heritage building, especially on the top of Penang Hill, is not properly maintained. Environment degradation and pollution, such as climate change, landslide, and water supply. Also, the affected ocean and coastal waters is actually happening around the PHPR. Sustainable socioeconomic, we have limited socioeconomic engagement on especially on the local community. So we need to identify the ways on how we can get them involved, because one of the objective of PHBR is to increase the economic impact to the local community. Awareness, outreach, and education, no structured program coordinated by the destination in PHBR currently, and they need to control mass tourism and enhance the responsible tourism. So after the COVID-19 pandemic, we can see that there is a quite suddenly increased number of tourists coming to PHBR, especially on these three tourism destination, and we need to come up with a strategy to control and increase the responsible tourism. So how are we going to propose this collaboration, stakeholder collaboration framework of PHPR? So if looking at this framework, we come up with stakeholder involvement. This one, on the top of that, we have the Ministry of Energy and Natural Resources, and we have list down the executive committee, which is consists of the main management destination of the PHPR, the three destinations, and the public and private agencies that relates directly to the destination. And we have coordinating meeting. Okay, coordinating meeting, for example, we have under these technical agencies, and so on. And we have expert advisory panel. This one includes the university, the institution who is actually involved in research and education to advise this stakeholder, the main stakeholder. So on top of this, we have to establish a measure to indicator to measure the sustainable ecotourism of PHBR. And together we identify the institutional and local issues that require stakeholder attention. So with that, we have this organization setting, mean the management board of PHBR to coordinate and all the stakeholders to establishing rules and group agreement between the stakeholders, coordinate, come up with coordination, meeting, discussion, and agreement on the solution. This one is more on the planning part and implementation. And the last one will be the outcome. And with that outcome, we have to come up with a program or activities and to measure the impact. And then we go back to measure after we get measure the impact, and then we have to identify the solution for the sustainable ecotourism of PHPR. So this one involve many stakeholder interaction network and partnership. So as a conclusion, research objective one, we have achieved where the collaboration framework now is actually exists for the three main tourist destination and is managed independently. RO2 to examine the collaboration challenges where we identify those two institutional and local issues. And also we identify the opportunities where PHBR management plan under this specific management board will incorporate the future management plan of PHBR. And to determine key collaboration attributes, we have identified the 4 key collaboration attributes from the framework as listed here. And the last one will be the stakeholder collaboration model for PHPR, which we have already mentioned just now. So with that, I would like to thank you, the UNESCO and also the Korean National University of Cultural Heritage for funding this project. Thank you very much.
So thank you, Professor Mastura Jafar. I believe Professor Mastura's research will provide a good example for researchers and scholars who are interested in stakeholder collaboration model and who are planning to establish one. Thank you. We will now have like a short recess for 5 minutes and start our discussion session. We will reassemble with all the presenters and panelists of this session. Thank you. Now we will move on to the discussion of session 2. Before we start, I would like to introduce the participants of this discussion. We have Professor Youngjae Kim, Professor Jung Min-yu, and myself will be the panelists. And we welcome the 3 teams of the research grant program through Zoom. So I would like to explain how this discussion session will be carried on. So each panelist has prepared a question or two to the research team regarding the presentation. So we hope the research team can answer the questions, and if we have enough time left, we can have some more questions and discussions. If any technical problems regarding the internet connection occurs, we will move on to the next team. Hello, good afternoon, everyone.
Hello.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Hi.
I'm not sure, I think our camera isn't on because we can't see ourselves here. Yes, I'm sorry. Yes. So in session 2, we had interesting subjects regarding cultural heritage experience, post-disaster rebuilding via intangible heritage restoration, and stakeholder collaboration model for natural heritage. So the first question is from Professor Jung Min-yu to Professor Shuaida. Professor Yu, the floor is yours.
Okay. This study implemented a curriculum to help young participants between the age of 15 and 24 to understand World Heritage Sites in Malaysia using focus group discussions and journey map techniques. Each technique was implemented using various online and offline software. In particular, this study concludes that user-generated contents such as Instagram are very helpful in understanding World Heritage sites. In the future, various methods are expected to induce active participation of learners and share work contents. Okay, I have 2 questions. The first one is, please explain the creative contents in the online touch points you suggested in detail by example.
Okay. I've actually prepared a little bit of a PowerPoint. Can I share, or do you just want me to explain?
So can we share the PowerPoints? Yeah. Okay.
Yes, please. Thank you. Disable participant screen sharing though. I can't share because it has disabled
So
the
can you
sharing of screen.
give her access to share the screen?
Yeah.
So Shuaida is trying to share her PowerPoint.
Okay, maybe while we're waiting to do that, maybe I just explain a little bit on my method. Is actually to track their journey. So from before going to the site and after, so I tracked the interaction that they have with the heritage. So when it comes to the creative content that they have encountered before, during and after, it's for the online media, they like to go to TikTok. That's TikTok and Instagram for my participants. So when I say creative, it's more on how the users come up with the content. You know how when you use TikTok, there's a lot of music and a lot of filters with effects. Yeah. So these days, this is very attractive to the young participants, because when they go to the official websites, what they found is that it's more about posting what they have rather than sharing of experiences or what I would call the value in use of the heritage, the application, how things are applied. So when So they want to see how people like them, like their friends, their peers that they see online when they went to these heritage sites. What do they do? How did they enjoy themselves? And then when it comes to like artifacts, they want to know how that is relevant to how they live right now. So if heritage management were to come up with a website or a social media, I would suggest that it would be more about the sharing of these experiences of the visitors, maybe, and also like if it's an artifact of showing how things are being used then and how it relates to now. So and actually on my PowerPoint, I've shown, I have um, a TikTok example. This is from my student in China, actually, because he found this on the TikTok of how creative you can get. Like it's from the users. It's like someone who are into heritage, and they come up with very interesting, creative ways of presenting heritage, yeah, rather than what we see on official website. And my participants say that it's always repetitive. So if they go to the UNESCO website, the information is there, and then those information are being picked up and then put in other websites, so they get the same kind of information. So that's the problem for youth when they see things like that, and it's very the information very long. They don't like that. They prefer if it's more, what do you call that, infographics, more images that will create interest. Otherwise they won't be interested, and they won't get into it in more depth, yeah, I would say. Yeah, in terms of yeah, that's for the first question. I hope that had answered the first question. But of course, when you share on Instagram, you can have the comments, and then the interaction, the following polls. You can do polls, yeah. So, and they want to share this with other people. So my participants, they created their own content, and with that they share with other people, and this will generate the interest from their friends, and in fact they're planning to go back to the site in that sense, yeah. So I hope that answers the first question, Professor.
Thank you for your great answer.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you for your answer. And
Mm-hmm.
the second question is that, so when using 3D data or virtual reality contents as a touch point, is there anything special considerations compared to other contents?
Yes, I think my experience with virtual reality, when it's posted or is put at heritage site, is just to go through the exhibition. It's like to go through from one side to another, or maybe look at the artifacts there. But I feel that with my participants, at least, the experience is very social. They want to experience it with other people, so or their friends there, or share it this experience with other people who are not there. So with virtual reality, I actually got this idea from watching my children playing virtual reality games, because in there is multiplayer. So they play. So let's say you go to a heritage, a mansion or a site, and then you can have not just you holding that virtual reality device, but other people, but then join at the same place, in that virtual space. So, you can have games there, like for the place that we went was the archaeological site where we did mock excavation. So they prepared a place, so they do digging there, manual digging. But if in places where you can't do that, you're not allowed to do that, so you can use this virtual reality. And then I can imagine like having a game with their friends, collecting artifacts, coming. So that will be more enjoyable. And our experience at this archaeological site, that is really important for that hands-on, even though, if you can't do it manually, you can do it via the virtual devices. But it's better if it's with other people, with friends. So not just you digging, but you and your friends on that virtual reality space, playing games maybe. But also the other thing that I've thought about was that, because with my children, when they play virtual reality games, they can actually connect through the internet with people from other places. Like my children will be playing with someone from Australia, or right now they're playing with someone from the Philippines. So because for them, being social is very important for this young generation. I think that's one key insight that I got from my research here. I hope that helps. Yeah.
So thank you, Professor Shuaida, for the answer. We apologize that we couldn't share your screen. I hope you can include it in the final report.
Okay.
So the second question is from Professor Youngjae Kim. He will be asking Dr. Camilla Shubahinger his question.
Hello, Camilla. Can you hear?
Hi, Kim.
Okay, hi.
Nice to see
Long
you.
time no see. Okay. My
Hi,
question is,
absolutely.
I want to asking you my questions. First of all, so I wanted to some explain your ideas in your manuscript. I think this study seem to focus on how to prepare for the restoration process, related to the construction activities for heritage value buildings after a disaster. If so, you as you argue, so for vulnerable communities post disaster, actually their know-how could be streamlined to restore or rebuild heritage value buildings. Regarding the reconstruction design, this is my question. Can you tell us specifically how the rebuilding the process should be simplified according to each choice of the self-work, such as debris removal, the reuse, repurposing, and the recycle. Actually, I'm not sure. So you're focusing in your manuscript, and can you share your ideas specifically? Okay.
Thank you. Thank you very much for asking that question, Kim. It's a very pertinent question at this point in time, because one way or the other, we are in a disaster situation, and 1 in 113 people is actually in a disaster situation at this given point of time. So this research actually focus on how to streamline certain intangible heritage restoration method to streamline post-disaster rebuilding process, because we know that we cries over actually losing our intangible cultural heritage, for example, in terms of building, craftsmanship, the artistic the endeavors. We are losing it over the time. But disasters are great opportunity to relearn and reteach and conserve and also preserve this heritage by benefiting the communities through psychophysiological benefit. There's a great body of research, scattered though, support the notion that the medical recovery and trauma recovery of the people who actually practice traditional skills related to traditional construction, traditional material harvesting, and also clearing even the site using traditional technologies and method recover faster than the people actually hiring labor to do that, outside labor to do that for them. And so the idea here is actually the part of my travel to a number of locations in the Pacific region is to find medical imaging, including radiography images, to see how when people actually use their self-labor related to local know-how, inform fast recovery and how actually changes their cognitive and physical facilities. What we did was actually in the research, we tried to look at the isolated, scattered interdisciplinary knowledge in that area and see where the lapses and links are. There are many gaps, but what we realized was there are also links and lapses that tells us if we combine traditional know-how in streamlined post-disaster rebuilding strategies, the recovery is going to be fast and intangible heritage can be restored spontaneously rather than running a formal program. Now, typically, the way we are trying to restore intangible cultural heritage that's actually being disappeared into the past and also not being able to continue into the future because of the less interest in those heritage, because they are typically labor intensive. They need a longer period of lived in experience and use of natural material and specific skill that are actually maintained in certain cultural cohort. But disasters are great social levelers. People see beyond their inequalities. People are ready to actually learn this learn this traditional skill and feel good about themselves and also actually positively contribute and then continue those skills and knowledge into the future. So the whole the idea of this research is actually finding as many as traditional skills and knowledge related to post-disaster rebuilding and integrate them into ready-made approaches. As we know, most of the post-disaster rebuilding strategies are actually streamlined through donors and also local groups, those who may or may not have a knowledge in traditional know-how. So the idea is actually to establish protocol, policies, procedures, and best practice scenarios that could easily adapt into post-disaster rebuilding strategies so that the outcome becomes not just a recovery, but the recovery of traditional know-how, intangible heritage, so that it could continue into the future as a strategy that's sustainable for long-term resiliency. Hopefully, I answered your question fully, but I'm open to elaborate on it more because right now my research is actually in the interpretation stage. So the next phase of the research is actually producing an educational program to educate the donors, agents, and communities to use their own knowledge to take control, take charge of their own recovery process through intangible heritage restoration so that they feel a connection. They feel that's something that's actually they generate, not something they have borrowed from somebody else. Taking ownership of their own recovery and rebuilding process. Thank you.
I got very good idea. So I think so you are if you you need to the submit is final the report. So you need to combine so everything so your the manuscript in final report. Okay. Actually, you
Absolutely.
a very nice one. So actually, your the midterm is the report is there is no the picture, so it's some there is no example. So I can understand I can understand very well. So if I think it's very nice your idea. You need to include your some idea so in your last report. The with
Absolutely.
with your picture and some example, the case study. Okay. Yes.
Absolutely.
Yeah, thank you
Some
so
of
much.
the
Yeah, thank
Yeah.
you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you, Dr. Camilla. I heard that you had a very hard time connecting online. So thank you for participating in the discussion session. So the last question is for Professor Mastura Jaffar. So I would like to ask her the question. First, I would like to thank the research group of Professor Mastur Jaffar and Professor Shuhada Noor for the various activities that was conducted during this research. The purpose of this research is to propose a stakeholder collaboration framework for the Penang Hill Biosphere Reserve of sustainability. I believe the final outcome of this research will provide the foundation of other countries in order to design a stakeholder collaboration framework for natural heritage, also cultural heritage included. I have two questions regarding your research. Recently, community engagement is acknowledged as one of the key factors of successful stakeholder collaboration. My first question is the proposed PHBR stakeholder involvement level. Farmers, fishermen, and Penang Hill Residents Association are included in the expert advisory panels. I would like to understand more clearly in detail about the community's involvement and the role in the PHBR stakeholder collaboration framework. And my second question is, because we had like a pre-meeting, I would like to understand if there is like, I think there's still a bit of space to improve of your model. If possible, can you share like how are you going to improve this model in the future? Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Pimin. So I have these two interesting questions. So basically, this project, when we conducted this stakeholder involvement, so it is actually comes together with the preparation of the management plan of PHYR. So both of us is actually a part of this management plan, preparation of the management plan, where we should submit the management plan after a year of recognition. So we are already done on that, but still we are planning for the management plan to be realized. Okay, so basically we have two approach. If you refer to the stakeholder involvement level, where we have the farmers, the fishermen, and the Penang Hill residents is under the EAP level, right? That we call EAP is the coordinating committee, and we have the expert advisory panel. Okay, so on the top of that level, a stakeholder involvement level, so this one is according to the reporting, okay, where we have the federal government, the Ministry of Energy and Natural Resources is actually responsible to the UNESCO, and we have the executive committee and coordinating committee, and the last part will be the NGOs, local community, and the other stakeholders, for example, the higher institutional level, who actually giving the input to the higher level for the decision making. But we have also the bottom-up approach, where when we prepare the management plan, we actually conducted engagement meeting, a workshop with the business committee and also the local community and fishermen to identify the issues. So from that workshop, actually, we already come out with the local issues that need to be addressed in our management plan. So with that issues, we come out with a strategies, okay, that we already proposed in the management plan, because our management plan will take about 5 years to be implemented. So we have come out with all the measures, okay, activities, proposed activities on how to get the local community to evolve in to get more benefit from this Penang Hill Biosphere Reserve recognition. So we are waiting for the plan to be implemented. So once we have already the management board there, so we are moving on to implement all those activities. Okay, so that is the questions for the first the answer for the first question. Okay, so for the second question, basically I have already shared the framework, but that is actually because of the, I would say, limited time, and because we are also still in the preliminary stage of preparing all the the implementation of this management plan. So basically how I come out with my model is basically based on the previous literature review, where we have three models based on literature review, and the other two model is the actual case study in Egypt and Ethiopia. So based on that, I try to come up with our proposed model, try to match whatever information that we have to in the for the management plan, and I managed to actually discuss this model with a few stakeholders. Okay, so we are proposing that the based on the identify the issues and come up with the measures of the how to measure the sustainability of the PHBR, and we have all these stakeholder interaction, networking and partnership. But besides that, when you ask about the improvement, so I think one of the improvement would be the check and balance, okay, in the quality circle, okay, when we come up with any programs or activities, so we need to get back to our objective, okay, whether our what we have planned and implemented is actually can achieve our objective mentioned in the management plan or not. So, but this is not a final framework. I think we will have, I think, more challenges and issues when we want to implement this framework. So the actual framework basically will be improved once we already involved in the implementation of the management plan. But I will try to make good apa tu the framework, for example, to consider the top down and bottom up decisions, okay, where we can have a check and balance to achieve those strategies that we need to ensure the sustainability of the HBR from the stakeholders. I think that would be my answer for your questions. Okay.
Yes, thank you, Professor Mastura. Like, I really appreciate your answer, and I'm really looking forward for your final results, like the outcome, the report is going to be very interesting. Thank you. So thanks to all the participants of this session. If you have any questions regarding this session's presentations, please contact us at ihec at nuch.ac.kr or knuchihec at gmail.com or our Facebook page. So now we will have a short recess. We will be back at 3 p.m. Korean Standard Time. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Welcome back. We will now move on to the session to session 3. In this session, we have 2 research teams from Helwan University, Cairo, Egypt. This year in April, our university had the chance to visit Helwan University in Cairo. Our president and faculty members were very impressed with the hard work Helwan University is putting into cultural heritage training and education. Also, a few days ago, I heard from Professor Rasha Matawi, the director of the Cultural Heritage Training and Education Center at Helwan University, that Helwan has recently signed the agreement with UNESCO regarding the new UNESCO Chair Program. I would like to take this opportunity to congratulate Helwan University. Congratulations. Our university is looking forward for more collaborations with Helwan University in the future. Thank you. So now our first research team of session 3 is Ms. Shima Shaheen and Professor Rasha Matawi. Ms. Shima Shaheen is an architect and a researcher at Helwan University. Professor Rasha Matawi is the director of the Cultural Heritage Training and Education Center, coordinator of the doctoral program in Heritage and Museum Studies, coordinator of the Joint Master's Program, Heritage Conservation and Site Management in Helwan University. Today, Ms. Shima will be giving a presentation on behalf of the team. She will be presenting a process model for assessment of architectural heritage values. We welcome Ms. Shima Shaheen to the floor.
Hello, everybody. First, we would like to thank the forum for offering such a promising knowledge opportunity. Our team is delighted to share our experience in developing a process model for architectural heritage values assessment in Egypt. Our team consists of Dr. Rasha Mutawa, Professor of Archaeology and Conservation, Coordinator of the PhD program in Heritage Conservation and Museum Studies, Register of the Heritage Conservation and Site Management Joint Master Degree, Helwan University, and myself, Shaima Shaheen. I am an architect, Director of Tariq Wali Center Architecture and Heritage, Researcher at Cultural Heritage Training and Educational Center, Helwan University. This presentation summarizes the research highlights. It will present a brief for each section according to the shown structure, with a focus on the case study. Cultural values are a common factor in almost every decision taken regarding the appreciation, conservation, and management of architectural heritage. Accordingly, the success of such efforts is bounded by proper recognition, interpretation, and presentation of cultural values. Cultural values is considered a social construct, which often carries different meanings to different people. It results from widely formed sets of assumptions, beliefs, and knowledge that are socially determined through the history of society. Therefore, cultural heritage values are the core characteristics that give identity and diversity to a human group at a specific time and place. Furthermore, values are related to a very dynamic phenomenon, which is the interaction between people, place, and time. Such a complexity requires an assessment process that is complex enough to consider many factors, yet comprehensive, practical, and precise to ensure the efficiency of its results. Adding to the complex nature of cultural heritage values, the need for understanding values within their cultural context. NARA document stated that it is not possible to set judgment of values within fixed criteria. The respect due to all culture requires that heritage properties must be considered and judged within the context they belong. Considering all the above, and the fact that the lack of critical studies concerning cultural heritage values in Egypt threatens the efficiency of heritage conservation and management efforts. This research aimed to bridge that knowledge gap by studying cultural heritage values from a local perspective, with a particular focus on architectural heritage. The current research aims to develop a process model to establish a common ground that enhances assessment process management, increases its efficiency, and enables its improvement. On the other hand, the model could support value assessment training and capacity building, and may be used as an instructional tool for scholars and practitioners. The research inquired about what are architectural heritage values and how to assess them efficiently within the Egyptian context. Architecture is the sum of tangible and intangible expressions of human culture. Intangible expressions represent the ideas, values, beliefs, habits, and aspirations of their creators and users. At the same time, the tangible expressions is the built product that includes all the above and combines art, science, technology, and craft. Architectural heritage values results from the interaction between attributes and context. Attributes are the parts, components, qualities, and characteristics of an architectural site. They can be categorized into form, associations, and practices. The form includes the intrinsic characteristic of the building and its urban context, such as formation, materials, and techniques. Associations are those features arising from human connections with the site, such as ideas, philosophies of its creators, meanings to its users. Practices include customs, traditions, rituals, and practices associated with the site. On the other hand, the context is the past, present, and future conditions that affect the value of the heritage. It includes tangible and intangible conditions in which a site was created, constructed, used, appreciated, found, or discovered. In addition to any other interaction with architectural heritage sites, they are usually related to place, people, and time. Architectural heritage changes when understood in a holistic relationship with its context. It is best realized when considering the related social needs, beliefs, and see it as a form of history and a tangible record of human action. Architectural heritage is a contextual cultural product. It has intellectual, functional, and physical connection with its context. The study outlined a value assessment process model for architectural heritage values assessment. It consists of concepts and definitions, principles, and processes. The following part of the presentation will focus on the process, which consists of 5 key steps as illustrated: identifying components, inputs and data collection, identifying attributes, extrapolation of values, and the final output would be the statement of significance. The process consists of 2 key parts. The first is deconstructing architectural heritage into components. Then attributes, taking into consideration what Bora Charter said about how cultural significance is embodied in the place itself, its fabric, setting, use, associations, meanings, records, related places, and related objects. Accordingly, the construction process should deal with all related components. The second part is constructing the cultural significance of the entire site based on each attribute's value. Many tools may be used and adopted to assess the values that matches each case. Interdisciplinary studies, contextual studies, stakeholders interviews are common tools for all cases. Our case study. Our case study is the tapestry workshop building at Ramses Wisawasif Art Center in a small village called Harraniya near Cairo, Egypt. It was established between 1952 and 1974 by the late Egyptian architect Ramses Wisawasif. The building was designed as a school to teach village children the craft of traditional weaving. He wanted to implement his vision about the creativity of children, traditional arts, architecture, and compatibility with nature. The center succeeded in teaching 3 generations of artists. Most of them started between the age of 8 and 10. Their work transformed a dying craft into art and are currently displayed in 20 museums and galleries around the world. Step 1 was to identify the key components within the spatial boundaries of the site. The site was represented in the workshop building. The setting was represented in the Haraniya village, and the object was represented in the weaving tools and tapestries. Many place-related inputs were studied, for example, site description and architectural design. The tapestry workshop is a complex of building and open spaces dedicated to different crafts. It was built with mud bricks by traditional building methods, and the design was to suit the young children. Other place-related inputs, For time-related inputs, a timeline with key dates that marked the different stages of the site's history and present was developed. Different associations with people were examined, such as the founder and the architect Ramses Wisawasif and his family, 3 generations of artists, and of course, the visitors. Most artists have a tremendous emotional and social connection to the place. Step 3 was identifying attributes. Based on the collected data, it was possible to deconstruct the architectural heritage into components and then the components into attributes using the attribute matrix. Then investigating the links between attributes and the context. Stage 4 is the core of the process. It begins with the value attribute matrix, suggesting a value list based on the collected data. That list may refer to the need for further investigations and studies. The value attribute matrix is a tool that represents the base upon which the site's significance will be determined. It offers results in both vertical and horizontal readings. The horizontal reading explains values according to attributes, and the vertical reading can sum up the sources of each value. Different studies and analytical tool may be needed for the final assessment. Our case required further studies related to traditional mud architecture, traditional weaving crafts, the architectural influence of Ramses Wisawasif on the Egyptian environment, the developmental role of the experiment, impacts on reviving the weaving crafts. The statement of significance is the output and summary of the previous studies. It should be a well-structured and clear text that describes values according to attributes. Starting with a brief identification of the site, the statement explains each value as highlighted in red and each attribute as shown in bold characters. To conclude, the application of the model revealed many vital results to be considered. There is no single approach that can identify all heritage values. Adopting many diverse points of view, quantitative, qualitative, economic, or ethnographic methods is likely the best course of action for efficiently assessment of all values. The process of extrapolating values is not linear. On the contrary, it consists of many related and interrelated steps, and may be better described as circular steps. The process should consider the heritage context, social, cultural, economic, geographic, and administrative, with the same seriousness and depth with which the site itself is considered. The process should also consider the economic values and the powerful force shaping heritage and its preservation. This model was intended to have many impacts on the national level. It may enhance the related practices and fill the current knowledge gap, may be integrated into a national heritage value assessment guideline, and it could create collaboration with educational institutes to use the model as an educational tool. Other results may be on the international level, as publishing the process model may contribute to developing the current practices, and it could enhance assessment process management, as the model ensures the alignment of individuals, tasks, and data within the assessment process to avoid resource waste. Enable process improvement by analyzing the specifics of the process to reveal bottlenecks and gaps. It could also enable future adaptation, as the process model could be adapted to match other types of cultural heritage. This research was funded by 22 UNESCO Chair Research Grant Project of the Korea National University of Cultural Heritage. Thank you.
So thank you, Ms. Shima, for the wonderful presentation. I think most of the audience will now know where the concept of this today's forum's poster came from by now. It was wonderful to use your image also. I think it was very interesting to learn about how to access architecture heritage values from a local perspective using the case study of tapestry workshops. I believe that this will help heritage managers, like internationally, also international, and also locally, who are planning to access their architecture heritage in the future. Thank you. So now our next presenter, our last presenter, is Dr. Shireen Mohammed Amin Taher Abdel Majid. Dr. Shireen is the General Supervisor of the Children Museum at the Egyptian Museum, Egyptian Ministry of Tourist and Antiquities, Senior Training Coordinator at the Cultural Heritage Training and Education Center, Helwan University. Today, Dr. Shireen will be presenting the interpretation strategies of industrial heritage in the Museum of Egypt. We welcome Dr. Shireen to the floor.
Well, thank you so much for inviting me today to present my talk. The title of my research is The Interpretation Strategies of the Industrial Heritage in the Museums of Egypt. My name is Shireen Mohammed Amin Taher, and I'm from Egypt, and organization is Helwan University, where I am in charge of coordinating training programs at the Cultural Heritage Training and Education Center, Kaltahid. Also, I am a general supervisor of the Children Museum at the Egyptian Museum in Cairo, under the authority of the Egyptian Ministry of Tourism and Antiquities. So let me move to the next slide and talk about the research topic. First, the research topic. The industrial heritage in Egypt is a point of analysis, as it could offer economic, cultural, and social benefit to the community. Yet, the term industrial heritage is not defined in Egypt. Industrial heritage refers to the physical remains of the history of technology and industry, such as manufacturing and mining sites, as well as power and transportation infrastructure. The term also covers places used for social activities related to the industry. The scientific study of the industrial remains is called industrial archaeology, and museums face a challenge in interpreting this kind of heritage in exhibiting, animating, and creating the context. This research aims to investigate, analyze, and evaluate the method of interpreting the industrial heritage in the Egyptian museums. Then present a strategy for interpreting the industrial heritage in Egypt museums, and the researcher focused on the cases of England as a case of comparison, where industrial revolution, which took place from the 18th, 19th centuries, has a deep impact on the history of industry in Egypt. And relation between Egypt and the United Kingdom are long-standing, and most of the industrial objects that are on display in the museums of Egypt are British made. And the comparative analysis of this research enhances the understanding of the concept of the industrial heritage and how to interpret this heritage in the museums of Egypt, and highlights the similarities and differences between Egypt and United Kingdom in terms of the interpretation of the industrial heritage. Let me move to the next slide. The research progress is part. The first part of the proposed strategy for interpreting the industrial heritage in the museums of Egypt focused on the following aspects. First, the importance of recording, maintaining, and conserving the industrial heritage as analyzed by TIKI, the International Committee for the Conservation of the Industrial Heritage, which is the ICOMOS advisor on the industrial heritage. Actually, TIKI is the World Organization for Industrial Heritage. Its purpose is to promote the preservation, conservation, investigation, documentation, research, and even interpretation of the archaeology and the cultural heritage of industry. The second point, actually, I have focused on the representation of industrial heritage on the UNESCO World Heritage List and tentative list as presented by the UNESCO World Heritage Center, Asia Pacific Region 1999. And then I have focused on the international trends in museum interpretation of the industrial heritage and the basic principles of the interpretation as introduced by references. Then presented examples of the international trends in the museum interpretation of the industrial heritage, and then analyzed the history of industrial heritage in Egypt and the current situation in interpreting the industrial heritage in Egypt museums. Analyze the level of awareness of the meaning and the value of the industrial heritage, and this by organizing a webinar to evaluate the industrial heritage in Egypt and present the cases of industrial heritage to the key stakeholder. Let me move to the next slide. Well, the second part of the proposed strategy for interpreting the industrial heritage in the museums of Egypt focused on the engagement, the industrial heritage engagement in Egypt museums. And the researcher worked on the following aspects. First, conduct a stakeholder analysis, identifying who are stakeholders that might be involved in the proposed strategy for interpreting the industrial heritage in the museums of Egypt. Then analyze the education approaches used, choosing 4 cases, 2 from Egypt and 2 from England, to define the industrial heritage education, where the machines on display at the 2 Egypt cases museums are British made through observation, official website of these museums, previous visits, and then write the guidelines for the second part of the proposed strategy for the interpreting industrial heritage in the museums of Egypt, industrial heritage engagement in Egypt museums. And all these guidelines actually offer an approach to address the interpretation of the industrial heritage in the museums of Egypt. Let me move to the next slide. Now I will show you some of my research progress highlights about the international trends in the museum interpretation of the industrial heritage. And the first trend is the interpretation of the industrial process that can be identifying by displaying the manual manufacturing process, starting from the basic function of production into a finished product, highlighting the skill of the people in using the machine as an industrial device to reveal the intangible practice. And actually the researcher chose Hilmi Shore Mile Textile Museum in England as an example from Europe to highlight this approach. And a similar case actually of this textile machine is in Egypt now on display at the Cotton Museum of Egypt. As you are seeing here, the first photo from England, the second photo from Egypt. And the historical textile machine at the Cotton Museum actually is a British made. For this reason, the researcher chose a similar case from England where the historical machines are British made as well, to make the comparison between the interpretation here and there. Let me show you the next slide and talk about the second trend from the international trends in the museum interpretation of the industrial heritage that highlight the interpretation of industrial heritage that can be applied through participation, where visitors are encouraged to participate in a single manual tasks. And the researcher chose the Museum and Visitor Attraction New York, England as a case study. As you are seeing here, this is one of the workshops that the museum used to make the participation in the interpretation process of the machine. Actually, as I highlight in the previous slides, that the most of the historical machines that are on display at the museums of Egypt, especially the ones that back to early 19th and 20th century, in the cases museums I focused on, are British made. And examining the engagement approaches the England museums uses and actually follow might be applied to a similar machine in Egypt museums. Let me move to the next slide. Well, still, I'm trying here to show you the international trends in the museum interpretation of the industrial heritage, where the researcher chose London Transport Museum as a case study to highlight this approach, a straightforward interpretation process of industrial heritage, putting the people in the industrial picture. And the researcher chose London Transport Museum because this museum presents the heritage of transportation in the British capital in the context of discovery, actually, and displaying the historical trains of England, and similar historical British-made trains are now on display at the Railway Museum in Egypt, in Cairo. And this museum in Egypt tells the history of the railway transport and its importance on the Egyptian society, where the first floor of the museum displays early rolling stock and locomotives. One of the major objects on the ground floor is the locomotives for the Khedivial train built for Said Basha by the company of the British Robert Stephen in 1862. And see here, the first photo is from the London Transport Museum, and the second photo here is from the Railway Museum in Egypt. And you are seeing here the name of Robert Stephen that built that machine in 1862, now on display in Egypt in the Railway Museum. Let me move to the next slide. Well, still we are analyzing here the international trends in museum interpretation of the industrial heritage. The researcher chose the London Museum of Water Steam in England as a case study to highlight the interpretation of the industrial heritage at the industrial heritage sites, where the context of discovery is the key to the interpretation process. Actually, you are seeing here one of the industrial heritage machine used in Egypt in cotton spinning, made by the British Sir Richard Eric. And actually in this museum, in London Museum of Transport and Steam, there are similar machines to this machine. For that, the researcher focused on that museum to highlight the interpretation approaches in England Museum and similar machine in Egypt. A similar case actually of transferring the context of discovery into museum can be traced in the factories of textile manufacturing in Mahal al-Kubra in Al-Gharbiya in Egypt, and this is one of the machine in one of the factories in Mahal al-Kubra. Moving to the next slide. Well, now I am presenting here the research progress highlights, and here I am analyzing the history of the industrial heritage in Egypt and the current situation in interpreting the industrial heritage in Egypt museums. And the first example from the Library of Alexandria that organized an exhibition on the Bulaq press, and the exhibition contains a great number of old printing presses and their accessories that back to the early 19th centuries in Egypt. The second example from the Royal Carriage Museum, and this museum is now under the authority of the Egyptian Ministry of Tourism and Antiquities, and you are seeing here the interpretation approaches and the display of the machines. Let me move to the next slide. You are seeing here the third example from the National Police Museum under the authority of the Egyptian Ministry of Tourism and Antiquities. And this museum opened actually in 1948 and displays industrial collection, such as an old fire machines used in Egypt during the 18th and 19th centuries. And then we have another example, example 4, from the house of Howard Carter. And this museum is under the authority of the Egyptian Ministry of Tourism and Antiquities as well. And you are seeing here an ancient typewriters, and all this used by British archaeologists during the excavations, an old fan, an old iron, and they are using, they are here on display in the context of the house of Howard Carter. Let me move to the next slide. Well, you are seeing here still we are analyzing here the current situation and interpreting the industrial heritage in Egypt museums. And in example 5, you are seeing here rare cinema types of equipments in the Cinema Palace Museum. And this museum is in Garden City and under the authority of the Egyptian Ministry of Culture. And in the example 6, you are seeing here the first storage medium solid disk, a mathematical machine at Talat Harb Basha Museum in Bank Masr. And this museum is under the authority of the Ministry of Finance of Egypt. And you're seeing here in the example 7, the case of communication museum that present the history of telecommunication system in Egypt. And this museum is under the authority of Telecom Egypt. Moving to the next slide. Here, we have example 8 from the Egyptian Air Force Museum that present a panorama of the history of the Egyptian Air Force. And the historical hall of the museum includes a wall depiction of the corridor of aircrafts and many different models of aircraft. And the key object display here is Cairo 300. It's the first Egypt-made aircraft. And it's now on display in this museum. And it was made during the 60s in Egypt. Well, in example 9, I am showing you example from the Egyptian Railway Museum in Cairo, the Egyptian Ministry of Transportation, and this museum is attached to the Cairo main railway station in Ramses Square. And the museum was built in 1932 and was opened to the public in 1933. And consists of 2 floors exhibiting that and telling the history of railways since its establishment in Egypt. And in example 10, you are seeing here the Museum of Cotton in Cairo, and this museum under the authority of the Egyptian Ministry of Agriculture, and one of the 8 museums within the Egyptian Agriculture Museums. And actually, this was opened in 1930, and you're seeing here using the archival photo during the displaying the machine in the photo in front of you. Well, as I previous mentioned, that you are seeing here that the industrial heritage displayed in different museums in Egypt, and all these museums are in under the authority of different ministries. So that means it's not one ministry that managed all these museums. Every museum under one of the ministry, according under a ministry different from another ministry. It's according to the type of that industrial heritage. Then from my research progress highlight, I analyzed the interpretation and education approaches, highlighting 4 cases, 2 from Egypt and 2 from England. Why? Actually, I choose 4 cases just only to focus on defining the industrial heritage interpretation in both 4 cases in more details. Actually, the interpretation, the education, and engagement approaches were the machines on display at the 2 cases museums are British made as well. And the first example of engagement approaches, actually, I have focused on the England London Transport Museum, and you are seeing here one of the school programs in the museum, and one of the interpretation approaches used to engage the children to the device, to understand the device. And example 2 actually choose the Egyptian Railway Museum in Cairo, and this is one of the worksheets during the activities presented for children in the Railway Museum in Cairo. Let me move to the next slide. And actually, again, I am here analyzing the interpretation, education approaches, highlighting the 4 cases. And the example 4, I have focused on England Hilmy Nile Textile Museum. And what you're seeing here is the interpretation of the machine and one of the worksheets directed to school children. And you can see this worksheet and downloaded on the website of the museum. And example 4, actually, I have focused on Egypt Cotton Museum, and you're seeing here the interpretation approaches, and this museum now is under renovation. And actually, I have clarified this renovation in more details in my research. Moving to the next slide, actually here I have provided a table for the list of industrial heritage in Egypt museums and the organization which is operating this industrial heritage. To make it actually, this is based on the recommendation from my advisor at your center, and actually here I will just read the first line to clarify my point of view. Here I have listed the industrial heritage type, for example, the printing presses machine, the name of the museum, the Library of Alexandria, the location Alexandria, and the authority is the Library of Alexandria, and it's under the Prime Minister decree. Let me read the second line, historical vehicles of Heliopolis Tram, and the name of the museum, Baroun Palace Museum, location in Cairo, and the authority, the Egyptian Ministry of Tourism and Antiquities. Let me read the fourth line to clarify my point of view. The type of industrial heritage, the historical typewriter, the old fan, the iron, old iron as well, antique radio, and the name of the museum is the House of Howard Carter, and the location is in Luxor, and the authority of the Egyptian Ministry of Tourism and Antiquities. Still, I am in the same table providing a list of the industrial heritage in Egypt museums and the name of the museum, the name of the authority, and the location of this museum. And I will read the the last line to clarify my point of view again. The first storage medium solid disk in the museum is Talat Harb Basha Museum under the authority of Bank Masr, and the location in Cairo, and this is under the authority of the Ministry of Finance in Egypt. Still, this is the rest of the table that I have provided actually to define the industrial heritage in Egypt museums. I will read the maybe the third line, historical trains and old transportation of the museum, the Railway Museum in Cairo, Egypt, and under the authority of the Egyptian Ministry of Transportation. You're seeing here, it's not only one ministry, every type of heritage, of this industrial heritage, under the authority of a ministry related to the collection of the museum. And all this, as I told you, is industrial heritage. So for that, I have provided this table to clarify this point. Then I conduct a stakeholder analysis, identifying who are stakeholders that might be involved in the proposed strategy for interpreting the industrial heritage in the museums of Egypt. And actually, the following table shows the role of the key stakeholder in Egypt in interpreting the strategy. Actually, I have divided this table into different parts. The first one I have listed the governmental bodies that can be, of course, be involved in the proposed strategy, and non-governmental one, this is in the national level and international level as well. So let me read the first line to clarify my point of view. The name of stakeholder, the Egyptian Ministry of Trade and Industry, this is governmental body, and it's very important, of course, in the interpretation strategy, and it can provide a technical preservation for the industrial heritage on display at the museums of Egypt. Let me read the second line, the Ministry of Culture. It is a governmental, and it's very high importance. The importance is very high, and it can of course highlight the intangible aspect of the industrial heritage in the interpretation process. Then actually I choose a governmental Arab organization for industry, and this is very important to highlight the military industry in Egypt. And actually I have listed the history of this organization. Let me move to the next slide and show you the rest of the table. And maybe I will read the second line to show you one of the non-governmental bodies, like the Arab constructor of المقاولون العرب. So it's very important that can provide the Museum of Egypt on display with a financial assistance, and it can help in the interpretation process as well. Well, this organization is one of the Arab constructor, one of the leading construction companies in the Middle East and Africa. Let me show you one of governmental again. Like the fifth line, the Ministry of Higher Education and Scientific Research, especially the faculties of engineering. It's a governmental and can provide publication training for specialists, practice training for students of the universities as well. So all this, of course, very important in the strategy. Let me move to the next slide. And here, I have figured out that the keywords in interpreting industrial heritage based on the international trends are the audience and participation. For this reason, the researchers started to analyze the level of awareness of the meaning and the value of the industrial heritage interpretation in Egypt museums by presenting the cases from Egypt at a webinar on museums and industrial heritage in Egypt directed to the key stakeholders. It was one of the webinars organized by Rashid National Museum and Hilwan University. And the number of the participants was 142, including students of the museums and heritage studies program at the Egyptian universities, museums and heritage professionals working at the Egyptian Ministry of Antiquities and the Egyptian Ministry of Culture, and officials from the cases museums. And you are seeing here a screenshot from that webinar, the first slide here, and the number of the participants. Well, based on the discussion and after introducing the 12 examples of museums that display the industrial heritage, over 75% of the participants are not aware of this kind of heritage. However, they know some of these museums. Over 80% admitted the importance of interpretation in reducing the meaning and the value of the industrial heritage in Egypt. Well, and this is my future work. I will work to write the final framework of the strategy for interpreting the industrial heritage in the museums of Egypt. And I working as well on designing a scenario of the Industrial Heritage Museum in Egypt to highlight the framework of the interpretation strategy. And some of the references I used in my research. And actually, thank you so much for your listening, and I am ready for any question. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Shireen Amin, for the wonderful presentation. It was very interesting to learn the international trend in museum interpretation of industrial heritage, also the comparison between British museums and Egyptian museums. So we will now move on to the discussion session of session 3. Professor Youngjae Kim and Professor Jong-ok Lee will be the panelists. We welcome the two teams of the research grant program through Zoom. So this discussion session will be carried out in the same format as the discussion of session 2. Each panelist has prepared a question or two for a research team regarding the presentation. We hope the research team can answer the questions, and if we have enough time, we can have some more questions and discussions. If any technical problems regarding the international internet connection occurs, we will move on to the next team. So the first question is from Professor Kim to Ms. Shima Shaheen. So Professor Kim, the floor is yours.
Hello. Can you hear me? Yes. Okay. This is actually I'm reading through your paper, so I'm very wonderful. I think very impressive. So this is a very interesting research in that this study showed that there is the connection between architecture created by Namju Winsha Wasset and the children's education through tapestries or workshops. In addition, it is very interesting that the architects' use of traditional elements through walls and domes and the social value linked to the functions built through the human proportion and the influence on the entire village of the Haraneya. Likewise, I completely agree with your sentence. You talk about the understanding both attribute and context is very key to the revealing the architectural heritage values. I have two questions about something that needs more specific or clear. The first of all, in the process of the define and the evaluating the value of the architectural heritage, on page 25, your PowerPoint, regarding historical, social, the scientific, aesthetic, the architectural, the functional, the economic, the environmental, the values, I think that it would be necessary to establish much more the clear the ranges. Concerning the aesthetic and architectural, in particular, the aesthetic includes artistic, the landscape, stylistic, and design elements. My thinking is that the aesthetic and architectural value are considerably overlapped. Actually, the both things is the combine those ideas. As for can you tell us the answer about my question? So actually, I mentioned about again. So aesthetics, architecture, those things is in particular is the aesthetic meaning. So include the artistic, the landscape, the stylistic, the design elements. My thinking is the aesthetics, architectural value have in common. So about is both ideas. The all things is overlap. This is actually the very similarity, the idea. What do you think?
Okay, thank you for your question. Actually, this question is about a core point in my research, because a key result was that how value typologies overlap. They are actually interrelated, and there are no definite definitions for each value typology. Accordingly, we had a challenge during this research. We can just adopt one definition for each value, or we can just put our own definition. And that's what we chose. We chose during the evaluation process to define each value used to put a clear range for each value. For example, I can read for you what how we defined aesthetic values, that it would refer to the visual qualities of heritage. It derives from how people draw sensory and intellectual stimulation from a place. But architectural value reflects the identifiable methods of construction of architectural styles, movements, or characteristics, reflecting a significant development on architectural philosophy. Yet, I still agree with you that values, yes, they overlap and they are very much interrelated. And I don't think there is a way out of that, except explaining and defining what we mean by each expression.
Okay, I understand what you mean. So yeah, it depends on the each person. It's a different idea. So we have, yeah, I agree your idea. So it's another question. So as for the second questions, scientific part is mostly marked on each item. So what is the scope of the scientific value? Actually, so from my point of view, so I do not think that the traditional architectural techniques and the traditional weaving techniques belong to the scientific value. Rather than, I think they belong to aesthetic values, because they are related with the style, the design. You mentioned about the intellectual idea, made by the artist and artisan. Can you say the answer about my question?
Yes. Yeah. Yes, of course. Once again, we are talking about the interlap or the overlapping between values. In our definitions, scientific values were related to the significant data that the site holds. So in many aspects, the site could be studied and could produce knowledge about many aspects. I can just read part of the statement of significance, which clarifies what we mean. The scientific values that the site carries are diverse, as the site represents a living translation of the architect's thought, philosophy, and architecture influenced by that philosophy. On the other hand, it is a model of Egyptian architecture that is functionally appropriate, aesthetically unique, and economically reasonable. The site's architecture also holds many meanings represented in the rooting and the modernization of traditional Egyptian urbanization. It represents the architect's response to historical cultural trends, such as the search for the Egyptian identity. It is the living evidence of the philosophy of the architect Ramses Wasif in answering the question of identity through the revival of traditional Egyptian building techniques in a contemporary way. That's just an example because I believe that the site and its architecture really can be studied and can reveal so many scientific data related to the architect's philosophy, related to the traditional techniques, related to many aspects. That's why I believe it has a major scientific value.
Okay, it's okay. I don't understand. Actually, if you submit it, when you submit your final report, so I think is your ideas combined in your report, the last report. So
yes,
there is some of the case, some cases specifically some picture or some with a case study, some architectural value, architectural things or the artist things. I think it's a scientific idea you're more clearly to mention. So I think it's much more the case you need to in your the final report. Okay.
Yes, it will be clearer in the full text.
Okay. Thank you so much.
So thank you, Ms. Shima, for the answer, and I'm looking forward for your final report also. The final question for this session is from Professor Lee to Dr. Shirin Amin. Professor Lee, yes.
Hi. First, I would like to thank you for Dr. Shirin for the hard effort she put into the literature review and analyzing museum examples of England and Egypt. This research is to analyze the international trends in museum interpretation of industrial heritage in Europe and evaluate the current interpretation strategy of industrial heritage in the museums of Egypt. I strongly agree with the researcher's point of view that the interpretation strategy of industrial heritage are becoming more critical when urban development is actively progressing. I have two questions for Dr. Shirin today. First, you have compared similar industrial museums of England and Egypt and mentioned the similarities of the museum contents. I believe it is the differences in museum contents that make a museum special and unique. Can you give us more detailed explanation on the differences in the interpretation method of the museum in England and Egypt?
Thank you for your question.
Okay. I have a second question. Yeah.
Okay.
It is related to the first. Through the comparison, what should be input into the final framework of the strategy for interpreting the industrial heritage in the Museum of Egypt? Furthermore, can you share in detail what kind of scenario are you planning to design?
Well, many thanks for your questions. Let me start with the first question. Actually, every case in Egypt or in England has its own identity. It uses an interpretation methods from the perspective of the authority that manages these museums and based on their scientific concepts and practices. And the interpretation approaches both in Egypt and England are different, actually. The similarities are in the types of the collection, not in the interpretation methods. And both use dynamic interpretive techniques considering resources, audience, characteristic themes, and objectives from the perspective of the authority that manages these museums. Both cases have different learning strategy. If you talk about differences, that suit the nature of the community and the type of the visitors in both countries. Actually, both selected content carefully and create an engaging story, and the story differs from one museum to another one, from one country to another one, where the story is related to the authority that manage these museums. So the differences, you can conclude the differences in the stories that presented in every museum, in the learning strategy that presented in every museum, and the nature of the authority and the type of the authority that managed these museums. As for the second question, actually, the final framework of the strategy for interpreting the industrial heritage and the input of the comparison. Actually, I'm working now on designing a formal policy document which outlines the international trend approaches of the interpretation of the industrial heritage in museums and can be applied in the cases of Egypt, where aspects and methods used for interpreting industrial heritage are not the only way considered, and it is necessary to go back to the people involved, where interpreting the value and the significance of the industrial heritage is connected with the values of culture and linked with people's life, actually. And the aim of the formal policy document that I'm working on, actually, is to highlight the skill of the people in using the machine as an industrial device to reveal the intangible practice. And the document is going to present as well the frame of the education programs that aim to create a range of perspective stimulating experiences for audiences throughout their visit and consider the nature of the industrial heritage on display and, of course, the education environment. This moves me actually to design a scenario of an industrial heritage museum in Egypt, highlighting the most effective international trends in interpreting the industrial heritage and revealing the intangible practice, and highlighting the role of the industrial heritage and that serve an evidence of activities and continues to have a profound, actually, historical consequences. Let me share in details what kind of scenario I am planning to design. Actually, the project scenario will use, in my point of view, holographic projection to make the object of the museum exhibition able to talk during the user's visit and able to automatically telling the story of the industrial devices in Egypt. Focusing on Hilwan city as one of the major industrial cities now in Egypt, and gonna be key narrator at the museum, and I'm choose a character of Mr. Aziz Siddi, the first Egyptian Minister of Industry during the 50s in Egypt, and he will appear at the entrance of the museum presented in interactive visual model with holographic projection technique and talking about the history of industry in Egypt as well. And then the museum is going to display different themes about the history of industry in Egypt and of course revealing the intangible practice using the international trend of interpreting the industrial heritage I have focused on in the formal policy I am working on as well. And the themes such as the Egyptian military industry, Egyptian textile industry, Egyptian auto industry, Egyptian heavy industry, Egyptian tire rubber industry, and Egyptian medicine industry as well. Actually, I'm thinking that the museum might has a special gallery focusing on the early history of industry in Egypt, especially the communication transportation system in a form of archival photos documenting this industry in the early 19th and 20th century. And I'm thinking as well that this gallery is would be under supervision of Cult Heat, the Culture, Heritage Training and Education Center at Hilwan University in Egypt. And I'm thinking of the collection of this museum where the Cult Heat is going to set an initiative to collect the historical industrial devices, and the plan is collecting following two directions. The first one, accepting donations from the Egyptian community, writing the name of every donor with a special memory on a personal story linked to the industrial device on the wall of the museum, and then buy and collect industrial machines that some of the antique shop in Cairo have, and then work on a list of educational activities that can be used in these museums. Actually, this is my overall thinking right now, and I will put all this feedback in the final report, inshallah. Thank you for your question, hoping I have answered all your questions.
Thank you for your detailed reply. And I think you have a very interesting viewpoint on industrial heritage interpretation and exhibition. And I'm looking forward to collaborate with your museum someday. Yeah.
Inshallah.
Thank you for your presentation.
Most welcome. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Kim and Professor Lee and Ms. Shima and Dr. Shirin for the wonderful and interesting discussions and productive discussion session. So if you have any questions regarding this session's presentation, please contact us at ihec@nuch.ac.kr or knuchihec@gmail.com or our Facebook page. So this is the end of session 3. And now we will carry on to the final session, which is the closing session. So before we end the 2022 Knuch Unesco Chair International Forum, our chairholder, Professor Kim, will deliver the closing remarks.
Okay, so everything is we prepared, so we has been over. So this conference had a great opportunity to hear various research topics. Next year, we expect to have a meaningful place to bring this together through great researcher and research achievement. Their research will be published next year by the Cultural Heritage Administration of Korea as a book titled The International Journal of the Asian Pacific Heritage Studies. Lastly, so I would like to express my sincerest gratitude to research Professor Kyung-min Roh, who meticulously prepare for this conference and provide lots of feedbacks with the grant researchers. I'm very thankful to everyone for paying attention to this forum. So we will continue to develop better programs in the future. So keep carrying out the even better the UNESCO chair programs. We will see you next year, so with better progress and the result. Once again, thank you very much to everyone who listened for a long time.
Thank you, Professor Kim, for the lovely closing remarks. If I may, I would like to add a few words from Professor Kim's closing remarks. So on behalf of the Korea National University of Cultural Heritage, I would like to thank all the presenters who gave us excellent presentations and participants who have participated online throughout the whole forum. We thank Ms. Hoi Lee and Ms. Ju Kyung-byun for the perfect interpretation and the staff members of PNWAT Studio for the smooth online broadcasting, even though it was like a weekend today. And finally, I would like to thank our faculty members and our staff members, especially Boram Shin and Sunyoung Park, who has been behind the screen, preparing and arranging the whole forum. So this is the end of today's forum, and we hope to meet you in person next year, and stay safe and healthy. Thank you.